7 bouts. Officials, will you please come to the boxing ring? Officials, will you please come to the boxing ring and take your seats? This will be a new line cage fighting fight number 19. We need cases opponent. Have a date here, make your way to the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome to New Line Cage Fighting. I am here with Butch Hiles, and we are about to get started with our USA boxing card. They jumped in a little early. We got caught behind. We got one fighter already in the corner waiting for his opponent to walk out.
This guy looks like he's got stuff in his pockets. They better watch him.
I love seeing these youth bouts with USA Boxing because most of these kids have so much heart. They're already so driven to be successful in this sport, and they're on the path. Like, these are the kids you're going to see in the Olympics one day.
That's true, right? And it's interesting here in West Virginia. You really only have a couple paths to take, and that's going to be: are you going to be in the tough man / rough and rowdy / whatever fights, or are you going to be in the USA boxing thing? And you really have to pick one or the other, because essentially, if you're fighting for money in the rough and rowdy / tough man stuff, you're considered semi-pro, and if you win it, you're done, right? Here, you can kind of cultivate a career and work on your skill, and then, as you said, go somewhere, maybe the Olympics, maybe somewhere else. But you really have to pick.
A lot of times you're seeing the best level of talent, though, in amateur boxing right here in USA Boxing, especially when it comes to the
Absolutely.
United States.
Yeah.
3 rounds, 1 minute.
And, you know, people who don't understand youth boxing, I think it's a controversial subject lately. They do such a good job of protecting these kids. I went through the training to be a referee, be a judge for USA Boxing. It's a lot different than the boxing we're used to seeing and used to calling.
It is true. And, you know, the thing about Golden Gloves boxing and USA boxing is punches mean as much as knockdowns, right? Meaning these guys don't have to go out. And I know we're talking about kids here, but even adults, they don't have to go out and look for the knockout. Of course, they're going to win with a knockout, but just making contact with the front of the glove is going to score you some points. And a lot of times in USA Boxing, when you take a heavy hit, they'll stop the fight anyway and give you that 10-8. They're really trying to protect you.
Especially with kids. Like, if they get in any trouble, usually they're going to stop that fight, give them an 8 count.
All right.
And here we go. Hard pace right out of the gate from these two.
Oh.
Good job cutting the angle. From Kaysen, Raging Kaysen there. Raging Kaysen coming after Gavin Napier.
The Kaysen definitely looks to have the better footwork right now.
Good head movement as well. He's keeping his head off the center line for the most part. And cutting angles. You don't see that a lot even with our adults.
They don't. And that's right now. I'm just really trying to concentrate on both of their footwork right here and see if we see any difference. But yeah, Kaysen's definitely got the better footwork. As you said, cutting the angles, moving side to side.
Oh, solid straight right from Kaysen.
And as we said, I'm surprised he didn't jump in there. As we said, that was 3 solid punches.
He's
usually,
him a little bit here.
Yeah, usually they'll jump in right there.
That ref's watching close.
Yeah.
Nice left hook.
Good round there.
Kaysen Clark.
Yeah. Both fighters look great. A little bit of adjustments I would make, you know, if I was Gavin there.
It always blows my mind watching these youth bouts, just how much talent they have at such a young age. This fight's just as good as a lot of the adult fights we see.
Yes, it sure is. If not better. You know, one thing that I noticed with the adults that, you know, if you like that style, you like it, but a lot of times they throw caution to the wind and you just start throwing, right?
I always like these moments, seeing these kids with their coaches. The stakes almost seem higher with these kids' bouts. Like, it means so much to them, and like, it's so hard to lose a fight. We both know that. Like, it's a mentally challenging sport.
It is, and I know, speaking for myself, when I did USA Boxing, you don't want to let your trainer down, right? And I feel that's probably what these kids are looking at right now is, you know, they want to make their parents happy, they want to make their trainer happy, and that means more to them than actually winning the fight in a weird way for themselves, right?
Kaysen Clark's training out of the Westwood Boys Club. It looked like his coach was giving him some really good advice there. He seems very focused, locked in. He had a great first round.
He did. We'll see if we can get this one evened up.
Gavin Napier looks very game. Man, off balance there, got knocked down.
Yeah.
Just by the force of that one.
Yeah, and that was a good call. I don't think that was a knockdown either. He kind of got it pushed.
Yeah, he caught him on his heel there. And that's
just like that. Yeah. But it goes to the point of, you know, Gavin's coming in there, and he is just coming straight in. He's not giving any distance, and heck, Kaysen's not backing down. Now I'd say Kaysen's coming after him.
And, you know, Gavin's the taller kid. If he could get on the end of his punches, he has the reach advantage.
Yes.
But Kaysen's really good inside, making it ugly. Oh, man. He's
at this point, yeah, they're going to start looking at these some of these as knockdowns, because if he keeps falling, right, we can't have that either.
You see, though, like, Gavin just keeps pushing forward.
Mm-hmm.
The better idea might be to step back, start trying to cut angles of his own.
But just like in that one, Kaysen stepped to the side there, was able to land right hand. Oh, good. Look at him deck that uppercut there. It's beautiful.
Very, very talented kid is young Kaysen Clark. But Gavin Napier hanging tough into this third round.
He's hanging tough, and we're going to see where his heart's at now, because I do feel like he's down 0-2, 2 rounds to none.
And we see his coach there from...
Looks like we're only doing 2 rounds, huh?
House of Best Kept Secrets. Yeah, there's the scores here. No, I believe we got one more. But I don't know.
There's a lot going on.
The USA boxing rules are different, and Lord help me if I know them.
Yeah, I think they're just checking that round. There we go. Yeah, good advice by the coaches here. Kaysen's already standing up. He's ready to go. He's looking to put an exclamation point on this fight.
Kaysen's corner is really, really happy with his work so far. They're just telling him, good job, keep it up.
All right, let's see. You see some redness on the nose there of Gavin.
A little bit of a wide-eyed look there in the corner, too. But
Breathing heavy.
it just shows his heart. He's coming out. He's down in this fight. Looking to make something happen, though. He's got to get off the ropes. There we go.
Yeah.
And then gets cracked.
Kaysen is putting on the pressure. It's just hard. Putting on the pressure, then moving to the side. He's doing a great job. It's great boxing. Well-coached kid.
Oh, good stiff jab from Kaysen Clark. He has big power for a kid his size.
He sure does.
Another stiff jab.
One thing I noticed on Gavin, he's standing too straight up right now, and some of that might be where he's tired. But he is a taller fighter. Some people would argue that you should fight a little bit tall, but...
Oh, nice uppercut from Gavin, though. That was the best shot of the fight from him.
Oh. You see his chin's way up there, old Gavin. Yeah, and that's why he's taking those shots. His head's way up in the air. But again, great fight by both of them.
Excellent job by both these young men to start out this boxing card. And you got to think Kaysen Clark won that by a pretty wide margin.
Yeah, listen to his coach go there. It's good stuff. That is one thing, Elijah, that you brought up too. There's nothing like an old school boxing trainer. Just listen to their advice, listen to their world knowledge. It's a different thing. Like I don't feel like the MMA trainers have that same quotes that they bring out of nowhere and those little phrases they bring out. There's nothing like an old boxing trainer for that stuff.
I think Teddy Atlas was my favorite.
Beautiful.
Some of his corner speeches are insane.
Yes.
Like the firefighters.
Yes.
Firefighters.
Yeah. Remember when he sat down on the stool in the Michael Moore fight and said, "I'll just take a rest." Right? So, I mean, it's beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Both these guys remind you of those old school boxing coaches as well.
Look at flashing.
Way to start this USA boxing event. Our judges have come to a decision. For your winner, boxing out of the red.
And they embrace there. Good show of sportsmanship at the end, and he takes a bow. Well, I'm a fan of young Kaysen Clark, Raging Kaysen.
That's a great nickname, too, isn't it?
And, you know, it's a kid like that. You think, where could he be in 10 years?
Yes. Part of this, too, man. You know, the other good thing about this is, especially as kids, you wouldn't think a fighting sport would keep you out of trouble, but this does keep you out of trouble. It keeps you disciplined. Oftentimes, it stops these kids from being bullies. It helps them protect kids from getting bullied. It does the opposite of what a lot of people would think, you know.
Coming to the ring is Zachary Fike, fighting out of Winner's Choice Boxing. He is 18 years old, weighs 135 pounds. And it looks like this is his debut, first time he's ever been in the ring. Coming out to some Tom Petty. That's Chris Weidman's classic walkout song, I believe. And coming to the ring now is Hector Martinez. Another fighter out of House of Best Kept Secrets. We just saw Gavin Napier out of there compete.
There's
Mr. Martinez looks serious and ready to go.
You know, here's another great fight, this today, brought to us by Dutch Miller, who does a lot for the sport. And I don't even know if everybody knows, besides this event, but Dutch Miller and Chris Miller, from Dutch Miller, of course, has sponsored events across the state for years. And we'd like to thank him, because without him, a lot of these events wouldn't be possible.
And he's a huge fan of boxing himself, competes as a boxer himself. It's amazing to have a guy in the community that supports the sport so much. And he's always supporting these local fighters and local events.
Yeah, and he hasn't done it just because he's on the event. Actually, when he's been on events, he hasn't sponsored them that I know of, right? So that is amazing, because it's easy to do something that you're part of, but to go out of your way and support the youth and support the community, that's super important.
Strange moment there. The fighter left the ring for a second. I guess he had a problem with his equipment.
That's not too uncommon, although they do look like they have a little bit different equipment on. But a lot of times these USA Boxing cards, they're sharing gloves, sharing headgear. So Elijah here.
Oh, yeah, the House of Best Kept Secrets.
Do you think Hector is a best kept secret? How do you think this fight will go?
Just judging by his confidence alone, I have a feeling he's got something. And I know his coach, Guillermo. Guillermo was actually in the same training as me for USA Boxing judging and referee. Such a serious coach. There he is over there sitting next to Rob.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Looks like he's working this event as well. Connie Brammer bringing us some candy. That's why we love USA Boxing.
Yes, it doesn't happen very often.
Oh, man, heavy shots from Hector Martinez out of the gate.
So, yeah, this is a good fight. And hey, look at him go.
And Landon is swinging hard shots back. He's a little sloppier.
Yeah.
He's mounting his own offense, making him think, making him work.
And this fight reminds me of a guy that's a little bit more technical, meaning Hector versus a guy named Zach that wants to get you into a brawl. And that's what we got right now. But that was a solid job there by Zach. That was beautiful. Oh, that was hard.
You can hear the pound on Hector's shots.
Yeah, and he looks like it's his headgear that's got him off a little bit. He did a good job. He's covering up mostly because the headgear is kind of messing with him.
For a debut fighter, he looks very seasoned.
So look at the headgear on Zach there covering up his left eye, which is a little bit troublesome. You got to keep an eye on that because he's not going to see those right hands coming too often.
He's against a guy. Landon's had 3 fights. This is his 4th fight.
Well, they're good. They're coming at it, man.
You see,
good.
Absolutely no sign of slowing down from either man so far. And this is a very frenetic pace that Hector Martinez is putting on.
Yeah, and I will notice this, like Zach's hands are dropping now. Yeah. You notice the difference? He came out strong that first 30, 45 seconds, but if you notice, I think that was most of his energy.
I think you're right. He's definitely looking slower.
Yeah, look at him here.
His
took some heavy shots.
Heavier.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the shots or the cardio, but even coming back to his corner, he's a little off, right? So I look for this round to be a telltale sign here.
Before the fight, you see a difference in confidence there.
Absolutely.
Like what's it like when you're up against an opponent, you step into the ring against a guy who looks like he is so confident that he's going to beat you?
It's, and I think he did exactly the right thing. He came out and gave it to him to see what he had. The problem is, once he found out what he had, I don't think he liked it.
Yeah.
Right? And that's okay. And I mean that in the best way. That's the problem is if you find out what somebody has and you don't like it, you're going to have to switch your game plan, and that's what we're going to find out in the second round.
You got to figure something out to stop it.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can do that. I think he's got to try to maybe utilize his clinch, maybe make it a little ugly, because this guy has a technical advantage.
And it's trending his way. Hector's
It's
trending his way.
difficult to do that under USA boxing rules,
It
though.
sure is. It sure is.
Because they want you to box.
Yeah.
Like even the way they score it. Like these body shots
Ooh.
are worth more than the headshots.
Here comes Hector laying it on.
Man. He's finished, and he's hurt.
Yes, he
That
is.
shot behind the ear hurt him, but he's hanging tough.
That headgear's still over that left eye there.
And that makes him so vulnerable to that right hook.
Yes. It's just, and that's what you could tell the damage being done. Look at now Zach's shots. He switched his stance there. It was nice, but look. What I was going to say there, when he switched his stance, he kind of really got off balance and looked away. And now he just looks like a little lost there, right? Yeah, he's hurt.
Martinez wants this finish, and it's getting close.
It's a good stop. So you're going to give him a standing 8 here, just as we said, justified for USA Boxing. This is what they do a lot of times to make sure that they stay safe.
Well, you see a lot of times these USA Boxing athletes are having 100, 200 amateur fights. You don't want to end up with brain damage before you hit your pro career, and they do a great job of protecting guys.
And they do. And, you know, the common misconception here, and I hear it all the time, they're fixing his headgear here now. But anyway, a lot of people think this headgear protects your head. That does not protect your head from a knockdown or from a knockout. It's the whipping action that knocks you out. What it does protect you from is headbutts. And a lot of amateur fighters come straight at each other, which means their heads are going to run into each other. That's what a headgear is for. It is not to protect anything, other than somebody else's hand.
A lot of times, it's just annoying.
It's actually more of a detriment. Ooh, look at him fighting back off the ropes. It's beautiful.
Oh, huge right hook puts him on his seat. Just for a moment, though, and you see in his eyes, though, he's just so frustrated and overwhelmed. Like, he's tough.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. He's frustrated, but
he doesn't want to quit.
He's in it.
He doesn't know how to win this fight, but he's not going to give up.
No, and he's fighting to the end. You got to give him credit. He's going to make it out of this round. Oh, his corner through McChow.
That's a great coach right there.
Yeah.
That's exactly... It's something you don't see enough, I think, in boxing and combat sports in general. When you see your fighters outmatched and they're just going to get hurt, it's time to give up, live to fight another day.
And we should actually give him a lot of credit, just as you did. This is not something they like to do in boxing, that unfortunately, until MMA came around, you could actually tap out. Well, it's the no Moss fight, right? We still talk about Roberto Duran because he said no more. And that's essentially just happened. He knew,
and they shamed him for that.
Yes, for the rest of his life. And now...
You got to think about what the stakes are. These are two 18-year-old guys.
Yes.
They've got a lot left in the tank if you're smart as a coach.
Yes. And that was great coaching.
Yeah.
Look, we can argue that he would have made it, but what difference would it have made, right? I don't know if you were going to get anything more out of that fight or if he's going to gain anything more as a fighter. We knew he had heart. He was not quitting, but he was taking a lot of shots.
And I see Scott Kuhn over there talking to Guillermo, who's Martinez's coach. He's got to be very proud of his young athlete right now.
Listen, hats off to them both. There was a lot of action. Very good.
A lot of heart shown by Landon. I really like a fighter, even though if they don't have the tools. Like, if they've got that heart, like, they belong here.
Okay. All right.
On their toes there.
Hector Martinez with a beautiful corner stoppage there.
There's Hector's family behind us. I think his mom's crying there, or at least they're excited.
It's a big moment, that first win, and you could tell how seriously he takes this sport, how much it means to him.
He did great. He looked sharp. He came out confident. He looked confident.
I'll tell you what it looked like. It looked like he belonged in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looked like he should be fighting. And I don't see that a lot. I don't see guys in their first fight that's like, he's born to do this stuff.
Yes, exactly. That was a guy that he looked the part, and he came out and showed that he deserved to be here. And I think, I can see big things out of that guy.
I really do think confidence before a debut fight, it goes a long way. It shows me what a fighter's made of, because it's not easy to make that walk. I know myself, it's very difficult. The anxiety you feel, all the what ifs that you're asking yourself, like, if you can shut that down, walk in there like he did, you're going places.
Yeah. So I see they now have you on camera, Elijah. I don't know what happened here.
We didn't even plan this. We matched. We're both wearing green today. We're in Huntington, home of the Marshall Thundering Herd.
Heck of a, I think they're ranked #1 in soccer currently. Heck of a game they had yesterday.
That soccer only matters in Europe, though.
It's true. Although, one of the guys threw a bicycle kick yesterday. That's big news.
That is big news.
That is big news. I wouldn't even know what a bicycle kick was if it wasn't for the movie Vision Quest. Have you ever watched that movie?
I haven't. I've been on a couple Vision Quests before.
Yeah. Well, some ayahuasca.
And here we go. Our next bout. Ashton Bray stepping into the ring, 17 years old. Fighting under Joe Blunt. That's his coach there in the corner. And now, big reception for Edgar Gonzalez, another fighter out of House of Best Kept Secrets, Guillermo there. He has a very serious group of guys. Just talking to him when we did that training together, I could tell he had huge plans in this sport. I saw just a couple months later they opened this gym. It looks like a fantastic facility. If you're in the Lexington, Kentucky area, you need to be training with these guys.
Well, I find it interesting, too. Like, obviously, they have it seems like some Mexicano fighters or, which is awesome. And the reason I'm saying this is because we don't have a lot of diversity here in West Virginia. So that's awesome.
Boxing is such a massive part of Latin culture.
Yes.
Like, we've seen so many great fighters come out of Mexico and Latin America.
And I think you and I were talking off the record just the other day, or maybe we weren't, but, Julio Cesar Chavez is one of the best. We love Mexican fighters just going straight toe-to-toe and actually, giving all they got and giving that war, but also having a technical ability on top of that.
It's strange. There's a reputation Latin fighters have developed to be, especially Mexican fighters, to just be warriors.
Yes, yeah.
I just made eye contact there with Guillermo. Exchanged a little nod with him. I've been excited to see his guys fight for a long time, and so far that they've delivered. His first fighter took a loss there, but it was against a very tough kid.
Absolutely.
And they were very young.
Well, yeah.
Zach. Ashton Bray coming out of the corner like a house on fire.
Yeah.
He sticks the jab. He's looking sharp.
That jab is lightning fast.
Man, he looks good.
He sure does.
And then
yeah. But did you notice that is exactly what we were talking about earlier? They had a little bit of head clash right there, which is good that they had the head.
Ducks that overhand right beautifully. This is a great fight.
Yeah, that was a great hook off the clinch.
We saw the last two guys step it up a notch, and here we see again incredible skill from these young fighters.
These are high-level combinations these guys are throwing. Nice jabs there. Just looks so calm, Ashton. Ashton did a nice little feint of his jab there and followed it up with a rear hand. Nice.
And, Ashton's had one fight under his belt. This is Gonzalez's debut.
Well, Ashton looks comfortable, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice lead hook. Ooh. He's doing a good job. He established that jab, meaning Ashton. He established that jab early, and now he's feinting the jab and throwing the straight right.
These are two guys that you can see are living and breathing boxing. They're training all the time.
And, the other thing they do really nice, which is, shows their boxing skill, is off these clinches here, they always land something. Well, here we go. See? Both of them.
Nice left hook from Ashton there.
Both working the jab good. Look at that jab work. Nice double, triple jab.
And slides out of the way of the return from Gonzalez.
Good distance. It's a great round. Maybe I give the edge to Ashton, but, man, it was close.
Frenetic pace as well. Like, these guys are absolutely looking sharp.
Well, that was a good round.
His coach there, Bray's coach, looking like he's calling for him to work the body more.
Elijah, did you see anything here that you think Hector needs to work on or his corner needs to work on?
I think Hector needs to just calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's his first fight, and you can see he's just a little more jittery than Ashton. Ashton looks a little more comfortable.
Absolutely. And some of that first round could have just been new fight jitters.
Everything Gonzalez is throwing looks clean. He knows how to box. I think this second round he'll look like a different guy. I really do.
That's actually a good point, right? I would say he got out jabbed there, and then the footwork off the jab kind of gave him a little bit of
I
problems.
think
But
Bray has a quickness advantage
Yeah.
and maybe a power advantage. But Gonzalez is long, and his shots come from unique angles.
there you
Very
go.
technical.
Look at that. Nice.
See,
Nice
Bray
hand.
knows when to get into that dirty boxing as well. He's doing
Yes.
really good at that. Anytime
Look
Gonzalez.
at that. Right off the clinch again.
Oh,
Yeah.
beautiful one, too.
Yeah, that left is landing, that rear left. Threw a nice uppercut there.
Oh,
Ashton's found a home for that rear
that's
left hand.
the perfect tool for a southpaw to use against a
Absolutely.
right-handed fighter.
There we go. Edgar's getting a little frustrated. There we go. They called that on Ashton, but Edgar's the one that kind of threw him there. And there they go. Nice. Look at that.
Ducks under.
No, oh, wow. What a combination there by Ashton.
And it's Bray we see coming on stronger this second round.
Yeah. Oh, but he threw that lazy hook out there and got caught for it. To the body.
It looks like he hurt him to the...
Yeah, right to the body. That was beautiful by Edgar. Nope, he's fighting back. Showing that heart of a champion there. What a great round. Edgar knows. Edgar's putting on the pace now. He knows he needs to make up some stuff. Man, this is a great round. Look at that footwork there by Ashton. Ashton definitely slowing down here.
I think that body shot took a lot out of him.
I agree. Now he's saying he lost his mouthpiece, I believe.
This is giving him some time to breathe. A smart move from Bray. Smart move from Bray. Gonzalez coming over to his corner here.
Yeah, if his corner's smart, which not recommended, as far as cheating goes, they should take their time here and give him a little bit of a break. And he is. He's doing what he needs to do. This is what a coach is supposed to do.
Very smart. Taking his sweet time. Fixing that headgear, fixing
Yeah.
that guard, and giving his fighter a chance to recover just a little.
And let's see if that changes because,
And here comes Gonzalez. Gonzalez knew to.
Edgar's on it this time.
Beautiful.
Yes.
He knew he had to
That's it.
come out hard.
And look at that uppercut by Edgar. Oh, there he
Nice
comes.
straight right by Edgar.
Nice round, guys.
He
Nice
may have
round.
stolen that round. That
I
was a
agree.
close one.
Man, we may be even. What a round, guys.
I don't even pretend to score USA boxing though, because when I do, I'm usually wrong.
Well, the other thing, guys, we're going so fast. It's hard if you're not just concentrating on the fight and you're just talking. It's pretty hard to. We have a general idea who we think, but you can't really follow what we're saying because we're also talking to each other. We're looking at
I
other
have
things.
to say Bray won the first round.
I think that's safe to admit, and
That
that's
second round's a lot harder to score though, because it was the first of the round. I think Bray was taking it
absolutely
until that body shot.
until that
landed.
body shot.
Everything changed.
And that would be it's the old adage: do you score who won most of the round or who won the end of the round?
I know one
Right.
thing with USA boxing scoring, they take a lot more stock in body shots. They take a lot more stock in straight punches.
Yeah.
They're looking for different things with their scoring. That's why I'm usually wrong, because I think damage.
Well-
when I'm scoring a fight, I'm thinking damage.
And that is actually the best point right there. As we said earlier, that's why a knockdown doesn't always score that high.
Well,
It's
in
because-
USA boxing, they don't score knockdowns.
No, it's all
very
about the
strange.
points,
It's a
right?
lot different. It changes things a lot. And what they're looking for
Wow.
is
Look at this.
technical,
Yeah.
sharp boxing, like these shots
Yes.
that Bray's throwing right now. They score those very highly.
Ashton's putting it to him with those 1-2.
Now, Gonzalez gets out of the way, starts to find his space a little bit, and now he's coming forward.
Good back and forth fight here.
Oh, I believe that
Yes, that hurt him. That hurt him. He's
right.
wobbling, but I don't think he sees it.
He walked right into it.
Yes. Oh, those 1-2s are just.
And those are the worst. You know
Yeah.
that when you walk into something, that's what hurts you.
All right, let's see what he does off the clinch here. Usually, right off this clinch is when we see Ashton throw something.
Oh.
There it comes again. He's got the number off that clinch.
And it's that straight left that
Yeah.
really is doing a number to Gonzalez.
And quite frankly, he set up that straight left with all those jabs early in the fight, and now he's able to feint those jabs and just throw that straight left, and it lands almost every time.
This is a grueling fight.
Yeah, they're giving it all they've got.
And win or lose,
Oh,
the
man, look at these
experience
punches
that
here.
this gives you as a
Wow.
young fighter to go to war like this. My
Yes.
God.
Oh, Ashton with another straight left.
And it's bloodied his nose there.
Yeah. Oh, those straight lefts are like
Big shots.
he's completely
He's
abandoned the jab and he's throwing straight lefts.
Gonzalez is hurt. It's all heart keeping him up right now.
Look at him leaning. Here comes another left. I could tell. Bam. Here it comes. He's bloodied.
And
Look
he
at
left
coming.
this last 3 seconds.
Here comes another.
Oh, man, what a fight.
Yeah. Wow. Those left hands found a home at the end of the fight.
That was something else.
That was a great fight.
And 17 and 16 years old. Or sorry, yeah, 17 and 16 years old these guys are. Gonzalez just 16 years old.
That's crazy.
In a war like that already.
Really. And that's going to get him ready. Like, if I was his coach, I'd say, man, that next, whatever fight you got coming up next can't be anything like that fight. You know what I mean? He's got a long way to go.
Well, you know how long I've been calling fights? I can count on one hand wars that I've seen like that.
Yes, yeah. And they both gave it all. You know, there's just a little power difference in Ashton. He looks like he's a little bit more put together if I was looking at their body.
Experience as well.
Good footwork, so that meant his punches landed a little bit more force.
Both these men have a promising future in boxing.
Yeah, those left hands were just brutal there at the end there by Ashton.
Gonzalez started to fade a little. It was such a high-paced fight. It's his first fight ever. You know, the adrenaline dump had to have set in between rounds.
Absolutely. But, you know, and that's the thing. We had a tough second round, and I did not know how Ashton would answer that bell in the third, and he showed us something there. He came out stronger in the third than maybe he did in the first and second. You know?
Yeah.
That's a heart of a true fighter right there. Or sign of a true fighter.
That kid looks like he could go 10 more rounds.
Absolutely, yeah. It sure did.
Our judges have come to a decision. A decision. For the winner, boxing. Out of the red corner.
Great fight, but two warriors there. So far, we've had great action in this boxing card.
It has been an incredible night so far. USA Boxing always delivers. I always enjoy watching it because typically you see the more technical guys and they're younger guys. That's what's so strange. You'll see guys getting into fighting late a lot of times on our Pro-Am cards, and like they're very inexperienced. You see these kids though, 16, 17 years old, looking like they should be fighting on ESPN.
Absolutely. And then hats off to their coaches, man. Those guys got them ready. You know, I've seen a lot of gyms pop up, especially because of MMA now, and everybody does boxing, but I'm not seeing what I've been seeing right now, right? I mean, you've got people that know how to box, but when they actually get in here, they're not looking like this level of boxing.
I feel like it's a time thing. Boxing's been around so much longer. It's been mainstream for so much longer. You have these old school coaches who have that old school way. You see them a lot in USA Boxing. You run into them because they've got young guys fighting. They're training people from the time they're kids, which is how you see most of the champions come about.
Well, you know, the other thing is, if we're talking MMA too, you know, we're talking that because later in the event we've got MMA fights, but boxing is a part of MMA. Doesn't mean those guys are masters of boxing, and that's what we're seeing with all these MMA guys going in fighting Tyson Furies and Floyd Mayweathers and stuff. You're seeing a big difference in skill level, and that's what I mean on that one. Like, look, those MMA gyms can box and they enter this, but there is a vast difference between real boxing and MMA boxing.
Stepping into the ring out of House of Best Kept Secrets again, Ricardo Ortiz. You see they've got such a dominant group of young guys coming out of there. I think they plan on doing big things in this sport. Guillermo is such a good leader there. He's got the right mindset as a coach.
Yeah.
Ton of respect for those guys and what they're doing up in Lexington.
It's going to be an interesting fight.
You know, they came from Four Seasons as well.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Interesting. So I'm assuming this Charleston Boxing Club, that might be the place down by me, the King Center. Do you know, Elijah, by chance?
No, I don't know much about any of the boxing gyms in Charleston. I heard Butch Hiles was the only gym worth lying.
Yeah, that's what we would like to believe, right? But I believe this might be them, judging by Debo in the corner there. And they're very talented. So the reason I want to bring them up is Charleston, they give a free place to train for anybody, which means they're helping kids get off the street, people that can't afford to train, and they're giving them a place and a home and an opportunity. So they're doing great things over there.
You know, I've seen Mr. Landon compete before. I've gotten to call one of his fights before back in Pikeville. He fought, and he can box. That guy can box. He came up short in that one. And then he fought again. I know he fought Jacob Lamaster in boxing.
Oh, yeah.
And Jacob got the better of him, but he's a good fighter. I think his cardio was the issue last time I saw him compete.
Well, it definitely has.
And he looks in better shape now.
Looks in good shape, but it did not see a snap on his punches there as opposed to what I'm seeing from Ricardo here.
I'd like to see Ricardo just make a little space.
Exactly what I was thinking, Elijah. Now, the last fight, we had two guys who measured the distance with their jab, and now we have a fight where two guys are just coming right at each other. And
you know,
it looks a little sloppy.
Cardo's had 5 fights. He's the more seasoned veteran, but you see these guys are a little more.
Well, maybe he touched that, after I said that maybe Almeida didn't have any power there, I noticed that right hand go a little bit behind the ear, and Ricardo looked like he's a little confused. Now, listen, I made a comment on the last one. I loved how they were throwing punches off the clinch. This one, I do not like them just putting their hands up like that. You're missing a great opportunity to land some punches there.
And the punches they are throwing when they're in tight are like rabbit punches.
Yes.
They're small, no power on them. Like you saw these guys in this last fight were dig into the body from that range.
And the reason we see that is because of the distance and, quite frankly,
And there goes that headgear. Do you get extra points if you knock the headgear into the crowd?
You should, because that was definitely flashy for everybody. But this is the problem with headgear. West Virginia just made a rule, at least in the tough man, rough and rowdy thing, that you didn't have to wear headgear. And again, a lot of people are confused by that because they think that stops or somehow protects the head of fighters. It does not. But what it does do is stop this kind of stuff. I'm not saying we shouldn't have it by any means, but when you do have it, we run into things like this where we're constantly playing with headgear all night, and fighters have to grab it. They can't see straight. It's very annoying.
It's an interesting thing. We've seen all young guys so far, but William Landon's 38 years old, making a go of it in USA boxing. That's something
awesome.
That's rare. You don't see it a lot, and it's an uphill battle. You see, he started out his career 0-3, and he's still going.
Well,
still fighting.
And just to kind of piggyback off what we were talking about earlier, who else did that was Chris Miller, who jumped into USA boxing in his 40s. If you're going to run for governor, you're pretty old, right?
Yeah, if you're allowed to run for governor, odds are you're an old man.
Yeah. But luckily he's retired from boxing, so he can be our governor, hopefully. He'll be the fighting governor, I believe is his moniker.
In between rounds, I've got a funny Chris Miller story.
Okay.
Only time I've ever met the man, he came and he gave a speech, a political speech at one of our events that he sponsored. So I was sitting here at the commentary booth during the whole thing, and I locked eyes with him, and I was making the stupidest faces at him during his speech.
Yeah.
Like, sticking my tongue out at him and stuff. He came up to me after and just patted me on the shoulder and smiled at me.
He's like, I've been there before, son. You're not going to rattle me.
So shout out to Chris Miller for being a good sport. I figured he would be with all those commercials.
Absolutely.
I grew up watching those, so.
And and I've been finding this out for time, but yeah, the guy that's in all those commercials, Wes, is a stand-up comedian who just had a show with Tom Arnold in Huntington, which is amazing. So it kind of shows where their comedy comes from. Those guys are both very funny, very good commercials. But back to the action here. We'll see what this break did and who comes out an advantage.
These guys are putting on an insane pace, but not doing much with it.
No.
It's a lot of wasted energy here.
Again, I do not like the break of the clinch and putting your hands up. Was it Tito Trinidad and Floyd Mayweather where they did that and Floyd Mayweather just knocked him out? I mean, that's why you kind of don't do that. You got to keep your hands up at all times. Say, put your hands up. Don't do this. Or one time somebody's going to punch you in the face, right?
Landed some good body shots there. I think he's landing the better shots so far, but it's honestly, it's a hard one to score.
That was a good uppercut by Landon there. As Elijah hit the nail on the head, there's a lot of rabbit punches or soft punches here. And for the judges, I'm sure those are hard to score.
Well, they don't score them. From my understanding of USA boxing scoring, if you're not landing a clean punch, they're not going to score it. It's like it didn't happen.
Yeah, and that's another good point. A lot of times on these USA boxing cards or even Olympics, they'll have a white part of the glove on the front, and that's how you know you scored a punch. It has to be the clean. If you're landing with those palms and those short rabbit punch hooks, those do not score. It has to be with the white part of the glove.
Even some of the punches in the last fight that Gonzalez was throwing, the looping shots, I don't think they score those.
No.
And even though they're effective. They
Yes.
do damage. Like,
Yes, and that's a solid point, which is, again, why, when you have a mixed crowd and maybe they're watching, they don't understand how somebody won around or come across. It is entirely different scoring.
well, that's why you see it. It's when you see a fight that's super close, you'll see it go to the decision. Sometimes people are confused by it when it's USA Boxing because you think the guy who did the most damage won, obviously, but that's not always the case with USA Boxing.
Yeah.
It's the guy who looks like the cleaner boxer. It's
Absolutely.
the guy who lands the more efficient shots.
And, and honestly, that's good because, I went to some USA Boxing fights they had in West Virginia, and there for a while, they were turning into the tough man / rough and rowdy fights,
I
right?
think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to cultivate actual boxers, technical fighters.
And I'm glad they made that change because there's already that event. So it doesn't matter, if somebody likes it or doesn't like it. That's a style of fighting, and this is a style of fighting,
Well, that's
and
the
the two
thing.
should be
Like,
separate.
how many tough man fighters, how many rough and rowdy fighters have we ever seen go on to win a world championship?
Yeah, not many.
Compared to how many USA boxing fighters you've seen, and I'm sure there have been quite a few because that's the path.
Yeah, that is the path. Yeah, they all are. So, slowing down in the action right here, but it's been a lot of action. Like, so maybe the shots aren't as clean as the last fight, but you know what? They're giving all they've got. That was a great uppercut.
This is a tough fight. It's just a fight that we can talk a lot about efficiency.
Yes.
Like,
And again,
they're fighting hard. They're fighting at a crazy pace, but it's a pace I think that they could adjust.
Yes.
And
Well, again, and you kind of done a really good job of everything you said, but it is efficiency. So if you're just throwing a bunch of wild stuff and it's not landing, or it's landing and it's not doing any damage, it's not scoring, then why are you throwing it?
Straight right by Landon, but misses. Like, that's wasted energy. That's an efficiency problem.
Look at those jabs. That's beautiful. That is real boxing right there, but he should have followed it up.
Not only doubling up, tripling up, and quadrupling up on that jab.
Now Ricardo, is showing a great amount of boxing skill, great head movement, great jabs, but I'm just not seeing a lot more. It's showing off a lot, right? But Landon's coming in there with some just straightforward shots.
These are two guys, though, that you see, if just a couple things clicked for them, they'd both be excellent fighters.
Yes, absolutely.
Because they have the tools. You can see it. Like, they know how to box.
They sure do. Both very, very,
I
very
saw
good
that in
fights.
Landon the first time I saw him fight. I was like, this guy knows boxing. He looked like the better boxer in that fight. He lost against a guy that was younger, more athletic, and just put a pace on him. And, like, it was hard to withstand that young stud athlete. But he was the more efficient boxer in that fight, the better boxer.
One thing I knew, again, I did some USA boxing. I'll tell you one thing that people don't take account for is, and you kind of said it earlier, if you don't have the right distance, it's kind of hard to show your boxing, right? So if you have a guy that's staying in your face and taking the distance away and just kind of making it a fight, then the better boxer is not going to win the fight.
I learned that. I've only boxed twice. My second boxing match, I went in there against a guy who was not a clean boxer. He was a brawler, and he was always right there. And it was so strange because I'm used to, when you're sparring, you're boxing with guys. So you have space to work. He gave me no space, and it was difficult to deal with. Like, it's something that's very strange.
It's very difficult, and the one thing that used to catch me a lot because I was a taller fighter is I would push the guy off so I can land punches, and then the ref would always call me for pushing.
My problem is I'm not smart enough to take a step back.
Yes, yeah.
Like, that's a big thing fighters, and I think newer fighters don't learn. Like, they think they constantly need to be coming forward.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to sit back.
Exactly.
And let them come to you.
And it's easiest to fight forward, right? It's harder to fight going backwards. It's hard. That's why there's only one Chuck Liddell, right? It's harder to land those punches.
What we saw in the last fight, Ashton Bray was catching Gonzalez coming in. That's what he's doing. He stepped back, found his shot. These guys are not stepping back.
No.
They're staying right in each other's faces. Nobody's giving any ground because they're tough guys.
Yes. But that's also why we're kind of not seeing the hard shots land because they're so close to each other that when the shots do land, they're kind of half a shot. They're not at the end of the punch.
And you have to fight tough. You have to fight aggressive, but you also have to be smart.
Yes.
That's the thing we're not seeing. This is a great fight, though, in a war. And the crowd is really getting into it.
Again, if I was, I hate to keep saying this, but if I was Landon's coach, I'd just every time he puts his hand up, just punch him in the face. I'm sorry. He's got to quit. Like right now, the ref's not telling him to do nothing.
Yeah, hit him.
Hit him. That's what his coach is saying.
Yeah.
Let him do it again. I mean, it is terrible, terrible for him to be doing that.
He's very tired, though.
Yeah.
Landon, in between rounds there, was really breathing hard. He's showing a lot of grit, though. He's not slowed down.
This is going to be a hard 30 seconds here.
Why are you waiting? It's Coach yells, trying to set a fire under his ass a little bit, get him moving. He knows this fight's so close.
There he goes. There we go. Look at that.
Man. Beautiful job there by Ortiz at the end. Big flurry.
Yes.
I think he stole the end of that round for sure.
Yeah, hats off to them. They did that for the crowd. Good for them.
And the crowd's definitely responding to that one. It's the loudest this place has gotten so far. I'm sure it's going to get crazy before the end of the night.
Heck of a fight. Definitely well-coached guys. It's definitely close, right? I'm not even going to say.
I can't score it.
Yeah.
It's too close to call for me. Both guys had their moments. I would be happy with a draw. There's a lot of fights that I'd be happy with a draw. This is one of them.
Yeah.
Because I don't think either guy hurt the other more than, I don't think anybody had that standout moment where it's like, oh, yeah, he won that fight.
Yeah, it's definitely even.
They both had their moments here.
Yeah.
And that was a great fight.
It really was.
Despite, some of the criticisms we had, that was an incredible fight.
And it's really not criticism. It's just saying what they could do to make some improvements.
Yeah, that's what I think. Both these guys have insane amounts of potential, and just a couple things need to change where they could really start picking up a bunch of wins.
Was it unanimous decision, huh?
Ricardo Ortiz out of House of Best Kept Secrets takes that one in a very, very gritty, hard-won fight.
Yeah. And I'm not surprised, at the thing. I would say if, again, we were talking during the fight, but a little bit more speed out of Ricardo, right? He looked a little bit more efficient, but very close still. Put a lot of pressure over there on Julia.
Yeah, she thought she had one job. Now she's got 4. And let's. I love it. I love our new announcer.
Round number 5, make their way to the ring. Avery Whitten.
Next up.
Hey, there's another House of the Best Kept Secrets coming up. They've got a lot of fighters on this one.
Yeah, I knew they were coming in force on this one. Guillermo's been talking about it. And in the red corner, though, we have Avery Whitten here stepped into the ring. Avery's training under Owen Hilton.
Definitely, Avery's, just looking at him, he's tall, lanky. Think he'd have some good jabs, but, you can't always judge a fighter just by looking at him.
I don't know. I'd be pretty shocked if he looked like Joe Frazier. Came out there and fighting like Joe Frazier.
Solid point. I've been shocked before. You never know.
I'll tell you what, we're in a sport that there's a lot of shocks.
Yeah.
Lucas Spalding has joined us tonight. Lucas is a great boxer. He's got a win over Lionel James, who we'll see later tonight.
Interesting. Yeah.
All right, this bout it will be 3 rounds, 1.5 minutes. Boxing out of the blue corner, representing House of Best Kept Secrets out of Huntington, Kentucky.
Being a taller fighter myself, you know, and that's why I brought it up, is Avery really needs to work that jab, and maybe for the first time tonight we'll actually see somebody go backwards. A lot of times taller fighters will pump that jab, work backwards, make the shorter fighter work his way inside, make him pay to work on the inside, make him earn it. So let's see if that's the strategy here of young Avery.
You've been waiting for the opportunity all night to brag about how tall you are, and you finally got it.
I've been waiting, and here it is. Oh. Whew. Carroll's coming out like a buzzsaw here. There we go. But Avery's starting to measure him. He's working that jab. But the flurry of punches from Carroll is just overwhelming the jab right now. And it's an interesting strategy, is to keep him moving. See, look, great punch off the clinch there. That's what I think we were missing in that last fight. Again, and somebody should just make him pay for just putting
Yeah, you
hands up.
see Avery not utilizing that reach that he's got so far.
Yeah, well, and I would give the edge to Carroll, that he's not letting him. He's staying in his face, and basically what Avery have to do is get on his horse and just pedal right now, and he's just not doing
He's
it.
got to get on his bike a little
Yeah.
bit.
See, he's flat-footed. Now he's against the rope, so he can't move. So he's just getting eaten up right here. And this, unfortunately, is what happens to taller fighters a lot. If you can't make the distance, like we said earlier. Again, messing with the hit gear, which is a common thing in
And you
these
see he
amateur
tries
fights.
to stick that jab, and Morales is already inside. He's not giving him the chance to work that range at all.
And he's also staying on. I mean, this is a poor strategy by Avery here, by staying on the ropes where he can't run away.
Huge shot by Morales.
Yeah, so if he makes it to the next round, and we've got 30 seconds, he needs to get off these ropes. He needs to move. He needs to become a tall fighter. Right now, he's fighting right into Carroll.
Push him. Push
Yes.
him away. Get out of there. Like, I know it's not USA boxing, that's frowned upon, but you cannot sit there in the corner.
You got to do something. That was a rough round for him.
Those
To see if they make any
are the worst
adjustments.
knockouts you see. Guys getting caught on the ropes.
Well, and as you saw there, as he was getting hit more and more, the straighter his chin got, the more his head started getting up in the air, and that's when you see those vicious knockouts.
You see great boxers who can use the ropes. Mayweather,
Absolutely.
Ali, Tyson Fury's great at it, but
Yeah.
he's not utilizing that at all. Like,
No, he definitely looks like a guy that's used to working the jab, and he's not being able to work it right now because of good strategy by Carroll there.
you got to think, though, this kid's 15 years old.
Absolutely, yeah.
You wonder, like his training partners, it's hard to find kids with that level of skill
Yes.
when you're not competing. So
Well,
that's what USA
absolutely.
Boxing's for. You go out, you are able to actually compete against kids that have got the same level of skill as you. Like, that's where you're testing yourself. You're learning while you're fighting.
Absolutely. Let's see if this round's a lot of the same, meaning, flurry of punches from Carroll and Avery trying to work the jab.
This
So
is
far,
where Avery needs to be. He needs to stop backing up. He's
Yeah.
got to start moving side to side, not backwards.
Yeah, see, like he landed the jab. The difference is I wouldn't even say that Carroll ducked the jab. He just walked right through it and started throwing some punches there. We'll see if it does the same. So there's the jab, and he just ducks right under, and he's
If
right
he
there
can
again.
hit him with something, make him respect his power a
And
little
that's-
bit.
And that's what I was leading to. You know, he's thrown the jab, but have you seen even a straight right other than the jab? I have.
Oh, big left hook from Morales.
Yeah, I'm just.
And it was just a lunging left hook.
Those are behind the head. I'm sure surprised. There we go. We're talking about it. Just unfortunately, not seeing a lot from Avery here. So his coaches are to Avery to throw an uppercut here, but he's thrown nothing but the jab so far. There's the
Morales is
uppercut.
definitely bullying him a little bit here.
He is. You can tell that he's not going to sit down on any of his power punches, so there's nothing to respect, right? He just walks right through the jab and just has his way with him. Look at that. He's not doing much, unfortunately. I think Avery may be shell-shocked here. I don't know if he knows what to do.
I know that big lunging left hook was a hard shot, and there's been a couple of hard shots he's eaten in this fight.
So here comes Avery, I'm sure. See, like even just pushing the jab. He's not even snapping that jab on. That's his only punch,
He's
right
a debut
there.
fighter as well.
Yeah.
When you're in a fight like this and a guy's just overwhelming you, it's easy to break a little bit.
Yeah.
And just to freeze, not know what to do. I've seen, especially when you're young.
Absolutely. And I don't know, if Avery's going to have the answer for number 3. I just don't know if I see it changing, if it's in him quite yet.
His
Because
coach
he's in a
there
fight.
Giving him good advice, though, in the corner. He's telling him to work the uppercut, which I think is a very smart idea.
It is. Well, quite frankly, and I don't mean it in a disparaging way, I mean, anything but the jab right now would be helpful. Anything, quite frankly.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him throw a single hook.
No, and then when we...
very few straight rights.
Yeah, even when
if
we
any.
saw them, they've been very lackluster. That's all right. Again, we don't know what's going through his mind here. He's getting a little overwhelmed. And I see round 3, Morales is coming up.
Well, I think part of that's an age thing too, though. He's 15, and you can tell he's probably just hit a pretty big growth spurt. He's a lot taller than most guys his age, but he's not thick yet. I think in a couple of years, that kid's going to be a different guy physically.
And that's another good point, Elijah. Speaking as a tall person again myself, like here's the problem is you don't grow into that, but people don't get it. When you're tall, lanky, awkward. Sometimes, not until you're 18, 19 do you know how to use that body that you're given. And I know that wouldn't make sense to a lot of people, but that's why you see a lot of these taller guys aren't able to do the things you think they would be able to do just because they have to kind of learn how to be in that body.
Well, you compare this to an adult fight. Look at Stefan Struve. He'd be a good example. He was always very awkward just because of his size. He never learned to stick that jab. There's detriments to it as well, but I think Avery is going to be a different fighter just in a short amount of time.
Yes.
He's got all the tools.
He does.
He has every physical tool you need to make a good boxer.
Yeah, the difference right now is just aggression, and he's just not changing his game plan,
to
right?
sit down on his punches, throw with actual power, and
look,
he's going to have power. If he gets on the end of that long straight right, it's going to be able to knock people out. But right now, we're just seeing he's young. He's not seasoned enough yet.
No, when the safest place for a shorter fighter to be is right next to the guy, right? That's why he doesn't want to be at the end of the punches, and that's why Morales is doing a great job. He's working his way in, and he's not done it or not stopped doing it for 3 rounds. He's done a great job. He's dominated this
here
fight.
We see in the last 10 seconds, it's looking like Morales has absolutely put on a clinic here about how to fight on the inside against the taller man.
Yeah. Good learning experience for both of them.
We'll go try to talk to the winner of this one, Mr. Morales. Probably. I shouldn't say that. We've seen crazy things happen, but by all rights, I think Morales took this one. Beautiful performance from him.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's give these 2 boxers another round of applause. Our judges have come.
So we're going to have, let's let him get to the decision here.
For your winner, boxing out of the blue.
Again, no surprises there. Morales he had the heck of a pace there. He did the things that he needed to do as a shorter fighter, and he really put it on. It's a great display of skill by Morales there. And for once tonight, we got Elijah, and they're going to try to talk to the winner here. So let's see how this goes.
That was an absolutely beautiful performance.
Your guy is all a man. So talk me through it. How do you get on the inside? How do you win that fight? Well, my third night.
House of Best Kept Secrets. You guys have had a lot of success tonight. Tell me a little bit about what's going on at your gym. What's it like training there? Oh yeah. So our gym name is House of the Best Kept Secrets. So that's the secret. I can't tell you. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Carol Morales and all the guys who competed from House of Best Kept Secrets.
All the boxers that have already boxed, make sure that you come to the judges' table to get your books before you leave. So all boxers, make sure that you are coming to the judges' table to get your books before you leave.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
So we got one more USA boxing bout to go, and then we're going to take a short break and move on to the main card. But next up, we have got
How the best guys with an NLC.
maybe nobody.
How number 6.
Oh yeah, we do have another one. It's a shit show.
It's different having, so when we have these multiple fight cards, so people understand, USA Boxing is run independently of other stuff here, so it's a little confusing because we have basically another organization running some fights that we're trying to commentate on. We don't even know when they're going to come up, how they're doing stuff.
Oh my gosh, look at this young man stepping into the ring right now. These are my favorite fights. They really are. The little guys, young women, young men just getting started in the sport. It's so much fun to watch them compete.
You got so much energy, and the other thing is most of the time the young kids don't throw enough or throw hard enough to hurt each other, which means you got a lot more action.
Yeah, and they never stop, too. You see how much energy kids have. And what I really love about it the most, though, is the heart that they bring to the table. I'm telling you, like, adult fighters have crazy heart. Obviously.
Yeah.
But these kids, like, it means something more to them. It's absolutely wild. I've seen kids get in crazy wars, and like I've seen kids get hurt and they don't want to stop. They won't quit. They don't have any quit in them. They're here to win.
Yeah.
They're here to show their skills. They've been working hard. Look at this young man. He looks serious and
Looks
ready
like
to
he's
go.
got him a fake tattoo on his arm. Let's hope that's fake.
I hope it's real. You don't want to mess with that kid.
So good.
3 rounds, 1 minute. And boxing.
And we saw earlier in the night Cason Clark from Westwood Boys Club, and he looked incredible. So Landon Van Dyke in the red corner. These two young gentlemen are about to square off. I couldn't be more excited for it.
Which one is that? Well, here they come.
And
Like buzzsaws. Here we go.
and both kids have good movement so far.
Well, and to our point, for the look at him going backwards here, but the excellent footwork.
Landon Van Dyke almost shoots a double leg there.
Yeah.
Good jab from Landon Van Dyke. He keeps his hands really low.
But one thing we were talking about the other one, like Mason's footwork going forward and backwards is impeccable for such a young man. And look at him punching here. He's throwing good jabs. And before he throws that right, he makes sure his feet are set. He's actually stepping a little bit back, just like you said, making sure he has enough room to punch. Some things we're not seeing out of the older fighters. He's already got this down.
And Landon,
Oh,
I can see an aggressive young man.
Wow.
There.
Where did these kids go? Yeah, Mason's getting the better of the exchanges here. And just
And Van Dyke knows it.
Yes.
That's why he initiated that clinch.
He sure did.
And he's tough.
Wow, that's
I
a tough one.
I like the aggressive style of Landon Van Dyke. He's not as clean as Mason, but that style is helping him be competitive in this fight.
Absolutely. You know, and Mason is the hometown fighter, so we'll see if that crowd comes into play when we hear his name and the punches that land, if they mean a little bit more to the judges, because there's going to be a little bit more pop from the crowd.
And Connie Brammer coming by to make sure we don't need any more candy.
Absolutely.
That woman's a saint.
If you hear us saying anything in the background, it's just because some nice lady just tries to keep giving us candy.
That's when you know you've made it.
That's what he does. I'm assuming I'm trying to do everybody a favor and not have you hear me eat while we're talking. So, doing the best I
been
can.
just stockpiling mine for later. I'm like a squirrel.
That's the best thing to do, you know.
Winter's coming.
That's got to get that body weight right. Comes Mason out there. Look at that. But Landon's like, come to me, man. Let's go. Landon's not forward.
Yeah,
Yes.
He calls him forward.
Yeah.
And Van Dyke answers.
I love it.
Charges forward like a bull.
But these guys have some show in them, too. They're not just out there swinging punches. They got some show. They know what they're doing. They're skillful. I mean, this is probably one of the best fights of the night, if not the best.
You know, kids are sponges. When they start training this young, they usually have such clean technique.
Yeah. Mason's, it's not a knockdown.
Slip there.
It definitely slipped. I bet you Mason will come out swinging, though, because he's afraid it's a knockdown. So here he comes.
Yeah.
But you know, Landon stands his ground, man.
Landon throws bomb over
He
his
does.
fights.
Those are the shots that we hear. Those are all from Landon.
Oh, big
Yeah.
right hand, though, answered.
Yeah.
And that,
Yeah.
I think it hurt him
I
a little
believe so,
bit.
too.
It was a solid, short right hand there from Mason.
Yeah, Landon's still a little wobbly over there.
Yeah, it hurt him. It caught him perfectly. Just that's the difference between those big wild shots and those short perfect shots.
But yeah, man, like you can't say enough about those two. The footwork's impeccable, the skill's impeccable, the defense is impeccable. I mean, everything really. Honestly, this is impressive.
I'm ready to give these boys nicknames. We got the Bull and the Matador.
Yeah. What did man? I just saw their nickname somewhere. There's a fight poster somewhere.
Let's see there. Landon a little slower to get up than Mason. Mason, the Viper Maynard, coming out, taking his... And Landon Van Dyke keeps almost looking like he's going to shoot for a takedown. Look at... Mason is like cocking that right hand back in a very interesting way, almost like he's baiting it.
Yeah. the pure measuring up there, huh?
Mason coming on a lot stronger in this round. Oh, big shots, though, from Landon Van Dyke. I'd like to see Landon turn him.
Well, Mason's just putting on the pressure there. Yeah, but here it comes. Landon's fighting back strong. This is amazing.
Landon almost reminds you of a wrestler.
Yeah.
I wonder if he wrestles as well, because it's almost like his go-to is to get that clinch, to get that takedown.
And that would be a great move by his parents and coaches if they could. Fighting at this young, if he has a wrestling and boxing background, he'd be tough to handle as an adult. Probably already tough to handle now with that tattoo on his right arm, pit bull tattoo. I think he has a tattoo on his right arm and his left arm, that guy.
And that was the end of the third round. What a fight from both these young men. I'm going to go talk to the winner here. I feel like it's going to be Mason, but it was a close one. It was a close one, and neither kid has anything to hang their head about. At this stage in their career, see them come in there and put on a performance like that, I have high hopes that both of them will do very well in the sport of boxing.
You know, another great thing that their coaches taught them, they couldn't be a better sportsman out there, congratulating each other, doing all they've got. I mean, this is a great sport for these guys to get ready for and, to be a part of all their life.
Boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Landon Van Dyke! Landon, that was an awesome fight. You did such a good job. How did it feel out there? Is this your first fight?
It's my second.
So, what are you going to do next?
I'm just going to train hard and work hard and just go on and go this time.
Well, you couldn't look better. You throw some big, heavy punches. You carry a lot of power. You think your aggression is what won you this fight? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a very promising young fighter, Landon Van Dyke!
Somebody's training up there. We have made it to our last boxing match.
Good job, Elijah.
That kid, oh my God, he melted my heart. He said, I've never talked into a microphone before.
That's perfect, isn't it? Have you ever had to give an interview where you had to get on your knees before?
That's the first one. We had some young girls that fought in a USA boxing match that were, they were pretty short, but I don't think I've had to get down that level before.
You did a good job. And you did a good job, too. That was good.
Surprised I was able to get back up. I'm just glad. That would have been really embarrassing.
You know, that is the one thing about getting older is I can bend down, but I cannot get back up. It is what it is.
You're falling apart, Butch.
It's what happens.
We have more USA boxing.
Number 7. And I believe they said this is the last one before we hit our main card. A heavyweight bout.
Peyton Mayo versus Josiah Utt. Our announcer didn't even want to try that last name.
Just gave up.
Just Josiah. Josiah, come to the ring.
Josiah sounds good.
And he's coming out, the fortunate son, which I walked out to in my last fight.
Oh, did you? So we know who Elijah's favorite is
It
now?
wasn't my choice,
No.
but it was okay.
Interesting, guys. This should be a lot more power in this fight. Let's see how this one looks, man. It's going to be hard to beat the skill of those last kids. They're amazing.
And you see that confidence that I talk about in Josiah.
Economic boxing out of the hood, corner, representing hybrid, Lexington, Kentucky.
And you see Peyton Mayo fighting at a hybrid MMA. We saw quite a few of their guys fight on our last card under Sean Stefanik. They always look good.
Oh, yeah. Always questionable.
Big, heavy hands from Peyton Mayo.
You know,
Oh, rocks his head back with a huge shot.
these guys are living it, giving it all. Look at that.
Oh,
go,
my
man.
God. And you got to think he's going to get a standing 8 if he keeps getting caught like
I'm
this.
surprised they haven't already. You know, again, USA boxing is a little bit different. This is normally they would have already called something, but he's doing a great job reffing too.
That headgear we see.
Yeah. Man, these guys are laying the leather. Let's go ahead and fight, guys. Let's go. Here they go.
Peyton Mayo definitely landing the bigger shots.
And I agree. That's now I see Josiah. He's throwing punches, but he's kind of stopped not looking at his target
it's
anymore.
Mayo's in his face.
Yes.
It's one of those things we talked about earlier. It's so weird to deal with a guy who's
Looking at yes,
constantly in
I
your
think
face.
Josiah's hurt. He's starting to turn around a little bit now.
You wonder though, how long can Mayo sustain a pace like this?
Yes, I don't know. He looks pretty relaxed so far, doesn't he? And I would argue that's because he's just having his way with him,
This
right?
fight's not going to last much longer.
No, that should be a good standing 8 right there. Neutral corner. And look, he's not breathing hard at all. Peyton, he's got his mouth shut, breathing out of his nose. Very impressive for bigger guys here. Now look at those rights. Here comes another strong right. That right's landing every time.
Sledgehammer.
He sure does. Even those body shots were nice. Now there's a point. I mean, those look good. Everything looked good. But if he had better footwork there, we'd have seen a little bit more damage. But he's doing great.
I almost think he might want to step back just a little bit.
I agree. And that's kind of what I meant by that is if he wants to really utilize and get the most damage out of those, he needs to get that footwork right and sit down on that right hand. It's a beautiful right hand
But it's
already.
also, he's overwhelming him so
He sure
much
is.
with that style. Like, you almost don't want to give him that space.
He sure is.
He's landing massive shots in that range.
And that's right. Look, that's the other thing. Probably what he's thinking, what's going on in his mind is if it's not broke, let's not
That's
fix
exactly
it. Right?
what I was thinking. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right now, he's hammering him, but you just wonder, you have to set a pace you can sustain. He might want to relax a little bit. It's his first fight, I do believe.
Well, and this goes back to what we said earlier. This is more of one of those fights that looks like a rough and rowdy / tough man type of fight, right? Where they're just going at it. It's a tough one to, this is not where you're seeing, like I would argue maybe that Josiah might have maybe a little bit different of a boxing background, but he came out swinging too, and he cannot get the distance to do anything else, right?
You see Sean Stefanik there in the corner. He's one of the best in the game. Just watching him work in the corners these last couple events, you can tell he just knows his stuff.
Yeah, nice, well-rounded gym. Like I said, earlier I was maybe not giving enough credit to the MMA gyms because they step in here and go for...
Oh, man! And we saw the spit flying on that one. He's got him in big trouble again.
And that's really the difference here is, Peyton's getting hit, but he's walking right through him,
This is a literal slobber knocker.
And still not breathing hard.
Oh, my God.
Oh, look at those right hands.
How much longer is this going to last at this point?
Oh, they stopped the fight. That was justified stoppage.
Beautiful. Beautiful job by Peyton Mayo.
Yeah.
And guess what? He's 15 years old.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's going to be a big one.
Just like that.
Yeah. Wow.
15 years old, 260.
Here we go on the replay here. Look at this replay. Watch these right hands land. Just folding him over the ropes there. Very good stoppage there by the referee here. And look, this is accumulation of the fight, right? It's not necessarily the damage done right there, but, you know, he took a lot of shots to the head, a lot. And again, this is USA Boxing. We're not looking for a spectacular knockout here. What we're doing is trying to protect these kids. And if you're seeing somebody get hit that much, you know, sometimes you got to step in. And he did the right thing.
Go talk to Peyton Mayo, a very promising young heavyweight.
Yes, I look forward to this interview, Elijah.
Let's give these two boxers another round of applause. Referee stops the contest 20 seconds into the second round for your winner out of the red corner, Peyton Mayo.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Peyton Mayo! My favorite new life thing is the scariest thing in the world and like anything. You have absolute sledgehammers in your hands. They're well standing in game boxing already. So let's have. Your state wrestling champion as well. Is MMA your home bout? Well, I can't already see like the picture. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for an absolute monster, Peyton Mayo.
Terry Butler put this card together with USA Fight, and this is the first time she's ever done that, and she did a great job. Right here she is. Do you agree that that was a great fight right here? Good fight. Okay. Fight of the night goes to the fourth bout of the night. Ali Landon. William Landon. Ali. And also Mr. Ortiz. Coming to the black.
Oh, okay, cool. Now scratch that, man. I'm the best this year ever. I'll stay with you all night.
Mr. Ortiz was part of the best kept secret now. What is it? They might have broke out. Yeah, best kept secret. Here you go. Here you go. Ricardo Ortiz. Okay, so everything else starts at 7:30. So the next event starts at 7:30.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break. We will be back at 7 o'clock for the main card. Sorry, 7:15 we'll come back. We'll introduce the main card. Then we'll get these bouts started. But thank you for staying with us for this USA Boxing card. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
It's amazing. I got to take a picture of how good that we look right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we look good, according to Butch Hiles.
We look so good.
So
that I
we have
take a picture of ourselves.
about 12 amateur boxing and professional boxing matches coming up, and then followed by our big headliner, Professional Kickboxing Heavyweight Championship, Justin Richwine versus Tim Dunn. That's one I'm really excited about.
Me too. Actually, we talked about this ahead of time. Tim Dunn's been around the block for years, right? Fought in every aspect of combat martial arts. We've heard legendary stories coming out of the training room. So we want to see if it comes to fruition today.
Well, and he's up against a guy that has looked absolutely nothing but flawless in kickboxing, Justin Richwine. We've seen him in every other aspect of combat sports as well. He's got an extensive pro MMA record, big boxing record. We saw him beat Alex Davis in his last outing for not our heavyweight title, but it was a huge contender fight. He was lined up to fight our champion, Jeremy Karshner, at our last event. Karshner pulled out with an injury a couple weeks out. So now we're going to see Richwine back where he's most comfortable in kickboxing.
Well, and we both look forward to this. And we've heard some news that Richwine might have a little something special for this fight, right? So it's kind of exciting. We'll see how this works out.
I think the key for this fight from Justin Richwine is expect the unexpected.
Absolutely.
He told me, everybody expects me to come out and just be looking for those low kicks. So I know that's what they're expecting, so I'm going to do something different this time. I'm excited to see what he's got in his pocket.
And that's the sign of a good fighter, right? It's changing up on the fly, keeping everybody guessing, and it's a really good move for him, right?
Well, I think that's the tale of this fight is experience. You have two of the most experienced guys we've seen on our roster. They've been there, done that, and now they're going to compete. And I think we're going to see a very high level, highly skilled fight between them. We saw Richwine win that heavyweight title against Matt Garrettson.
Really?
A couple years ago.
Yeah, and I know, Timothy Dunn and Matt Garrettson been matched up several times. I don't know if they ever did fight, but I know that I've seen them kind of be showcased for the main event of several cards. But I don't think it ever came to fruition. So
Garrettson's one of those guys. He's been around in West Virginia combat sports a long time. If you're a pro heavyweight, you've probably ran into Garrettson at some point.
Yeah. You're another guy that's been in every aspect of combat martial arts, just like Dunn. That's why they would have been good if they haven't fought. That's why it would be good if they did fight, because those guys have done it all. And I think, they're on a path to meet each other eventually. I think I remember them being on a New Line cage fight before, and that probably not happening.
And we have a special guest on the commentary booth for the rest of this card with us. The man himself, Eric Kuhn, the Karate Kid. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, man. I'm excited to watch some fights tonight.
So you're coming off some big stuff. You just fought in karate combat. Tell us about that a little bit.
Man, it was awesome to make my full contact debut in front of guys like Boss Root and Luke Rockhold. Just shows like the level of like the experience I'm looking for, of where I'm trying to go right now. So getting that experience was awesome. Fighting some of the top level Muay Thai kickboxing fighters from around the world. There was guys from Morocco, Venezuela, Mexico, all across the world there fighting. And I was honored to be a part of it. Glad I got that experience, and ready to bring that to the cage in December.
And, speaking of your next fight, there's a guy on this card that I think you've really got your eye on, Mitchell Vaughn of Tartarus MMA. We're going to see him up against Gage Householder in just a few moments. Tell me, I think we've already got that one lined up for our next card. There's a little bit of bad blood there just because, Stephen McGrew, your former opponent, former friend, he was Mitch's last opponent. We lost Stephen a couple months ago. That was a big tragedy that happened here at New Line. But after that happened, that fight, that rematch that was supposed to come into fruition, you stepped in. You said, this is unfinished business here, and I think this is my fight to take.
No, for sure, man. I getting to train with him every single day, preparing him for that fight, and also being in his corner for that fight, getting to see it right there in the action, man. He grew really close to me, and after his passing, man, I knew they were supposed to rematch, and I just wanted to right that wrong for him. And December 9th, I'm going to make sure I give Stephen a spectacular finish.
So what do you expect to see here from Mitchell Vaughn? He's a guy I know you're familiar with.
Right. He's You know, his MMA record speaks for himself. But the type of fighter I'm expecting tonight's a brawler. He's going to come out swinging wild. Definitely not going to see anything clean. No clean technique out there. But you know, it's a fight. Technique doesn't win the fight at the end of the day. It's who lands more shots, who lands the power, who's got the speed, and who's dominating. And that brawler style, that's what I'm going to expect out of him tonight. Leaning that head forward and just trying to throw that overhand right.
And it's interesting seeing a guy like Mitchell in boxing. We've seen him compete with us in boxing before, and he looked really surprisingly sharp. Speaking for a guy that's a grappler primarily.
Yeah, his boxing in that fight was pretty decent, but now where he's got the option of mixing kicks, I think it's going to be more wild shots. Yeah, I can't see him throwing anything super clean. I don't see anything spectacular out of him. He is a great fighter. Give him respect for that, for stepping in there in the first place. But yeah, man, I'm looking at a brawler. Someone just doesn't care and is going to walk forward.
And I don't think that's like any disrespect. Looking at me or thinking on my side is you've trained all your life in some form of martial arts, whether it's stand up karate or whatever, right?
Yes.
So when you say that, you come from a very technical background where you've done this all your life. So it's not really a knock on somebody. Like when you're looking at somebody maybe pick this up later in their life, of course they're not going to be as sharp or as skilled as you.
Right.
And I say that in the best thing. I mean, really, he's got a lot of tools he's got to make up to match the kind of skill level that you have, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. He's known, of course, in MMA, he's known for being a wrestler. He's known to want to try and get the fight to the ground. And, I welcome that. My jiu-jitsu game training out of Category 5 with Wes Thompson has gotten superb. So if he thinks he's going to be able to take me down for one, he probably doesn't know I got a black belt in judo. So I welcome the clinch game. And then especially we get to the ground, the amount of training I've done, man, it's just December 9th is going to be a show. I'm excited for it.
So we got a lot more action on this card. Our other commentary partner, our usual man at the booth, Dave Fournette, he's not here. So where is he? He's in the back getting ready for his fight.
Yeah, and I got a little worried when they gave us the updated card because it's out of order. I was like, where's David? But I found him. Everything's good. So that's why while you guys were talking, I was freaking out. But yeah, anyway, I found him. All is good in the world.
I was wondering what you were doing. You gave a thumbs down. I was like, he must not be happy with this card.
Yeah, I was very upset, because the other thing is I really wanted to make up for the entire last card where I called him Dennis for about 1 hour. So I wanted to make sure I did a lot better this time. So I still feel bad for that. And I will tell you, it wasn't because I was drunk. It might be because I'm stupid, but it was because I had a guy named Dennis on the card. So it was on my mind. And
I think that you should call him Dennis. Just double down on it.
Yeah.
Call him Dennis through this whole fight.
I think when you interview him, hopefully, not like I'm rooting for it, but if he does win, you should say Dennis the Menace with the victory here.
David, Dennis the Menace Fournette.
Yes. And obviously, it's okay. I think it's okay if we root for him to win, as he is part of our commentating group. But
he's fighting Ben Wilson, and Ben Wilson is one of the nicest guys in the world too. This is a battle of the nice guys. Ben is the photographer for VO2 Fitness.
No,
he has never fought before, but he's been there at VO2 watching, training. Now Teddy Bear's gotten him into boxing. They've been getting him ready for about 6 months, and I think it's time that we see what Ben's got because he's a guy I never would have expected would jump in here.
Yeah.
And Dave the same way. Dave, we've seen before. We saw him fight Hunter Schmokel. And I'll tell you, I worried about Dave going into that because Dave's the type of guy, he's unassuming. You don't expect it. He looked very sharp. He has beautiful straight punches. I'm really excited to see him back in there. It's been quite a bit of a delay. The last time we saw him was last year here in Huntington.
Now, David's been training a little bit with Tartarus since we've been talking about them as well, right? Now, he switches it up, though, between multiple gyms, am I right?
It's the Heathen Clan and Tartarus. So he gets best of both worlds. He gets the grappling there at Tartarus, and they're good strikers as well. Then he's going to work his boxing with Thorin Hensley and those boys up at the Heathen Clan.
Well, I've also noticed that Heathen Clan's very heavy behind us, so we got to make sure that we do a good job announcing and don't get jumped from behind here. Yeah.
We're in their backyard. This is a big town for Heathen Clan. They always come out in Fourth here in Huntington. They're right across the river in Portsmouth.
Well, it's great to see, man. This is a packed crowd. As soon as USA Boxing entered, not that that was anything different, but this is clearly a different crowd here, and it's filled up. It's going to be a great night of action. I'm really looking forward to it. Some of these fights, quite honestly, may not be as technical as the USA Boxing, but I'm going to tell you what, they're going to be fun, and you're going to see some heavy hits, some knockouts, and some guys just going crazy, and that's what the crowd likes to see.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
they want to see the volume. They want to see the action. I think the guys we have on this card tonight, they're going to bring it.
absolutely. And it's funny, that's the thing we were talking a little bit offline here is that sometimes, the most technical fights don't always get the attention unless you've got a well-educated crowd. And, and that might be somewhat of the thing for USA Boxing. People didn't necessarily come to see a really crisp, good boxing match, but they came to see some knockouts, and hopefully this is what we're going to give them here in the next 10, 15 minutes,
Another fight I'm very excited about, Zachary Shrewsbury versus James Dodd. Shrewsbury fights under Scott Kuhn. He was actually scheduled against a different opponent just a few days back, and his opponent pulled out last minute. It was looking like Zach wasn't going to be able to compete. James Dodd from VO2 steps up on short notice. He just fought last weekend.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
he fought on Chase Hill's card last weekend. Took a close decision loss there, but he had a bunch of teammates coming down for this event. And when there was a short notice heavyweight fight, he stepped up. I think he's been on a 2-fight skid, but Dodd started his career at 3-0. He was ranked 3rd in the state at heavyweight and still a very, very promising fighter.
So what do you think if he started his career at 3-0? What do you think kind of dropped off? Do you think it was...
He just fought 2 killers. He fought Sean Schultz, then he fought Isaac Iglesias. Isaac, that was a close fight. Dodd had a win over him before. This was the rematch, and Iglesias edged that one. So I'd say you'll see a trilogy eventually with those two.
So it sounds like Dodd's a guy that'll fight anyone, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah,
right?
he's one. Well, he comes from an MMA background. From the West Coast. He's been involved in combat sports a long time, but when he moved to Newark, started getting in with VO2, they're like, let's shift into boxing, and now he's been making a go of it as a boxer, and he's looked fantastic. He's hard to hurt as well. Sean Schultz, and we called that fight together, if you remember, in Bridgeport. He was absolutely landed bombs on Dodd.
Yeah,
Dodd never quit.
It was a heck of a card, actually. Most of those fights were just slobber knockers that night. They brought it. So, yes, I mean, if it's anything like that, it's going to be a great night.
Yeah, Bridgeport was an awesome event. I was very sad not to be able to be on that card.
I believe they may have banned your opponent from because he didn't show up.
Yeah, no, he what's crazy is he had talked, I'm not even going to say his name, not even give him that credit. He just talked so much stuff leading up to the fight, and then 45 minutes before, just pulled out. And I'm like, come on, man.
It's our wonderful announcer getting the crowd going.
Charles Whitehead, the man with the microphone.
Is sanctioned by the West Virginia State Athletic Commissioner Leon Ramsey. Chief Commissioner at the ringside will be Commissioner J.P. Stevens. Chief Deputy Commissioner James Wise at ringside overseeing the event, and officials that will be overseeing the event tonight. All referees will be Buildup, Van Jones. Our judges, Ronnie Fitzsimmons, Brandon Hodge, Doug Robinson. Our timekeeper, Cleo Slater, our scorekeeper, Mary Bryson. Inspectors of this event will be Kenny Watkins, Brian Morgan, Al Arnold, Brooke Watkins. The West Virginia State Athletic wants to announce that for the safety of all fighters, there is no using flash photography or shining the light from your cell phone. And with that being said, let the fight begin! Our first bout. We move to the ring, the blue corner,
Coming to the ring now is Seth Osley, the Pain Frame.
Starting out with the heavyweights. I like it.
It's always a good thing to get the crowd going, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And these are two guys we don't know much about. Seth Losley is a bit of a mystery. He's fighting out of Prestonsburg, Kentucky. Because he's a family man. That's one of the only things I've learned about him. But lifelong fan of combat sports. He's making his debut here tonight. And that's something we've talked about, you know, those unknown quantities, those people you haven't seen yet. You don't know much about what they've got. Looks can be deceiving in this sport.
Absolutely. Look at Big Country, right? Nobody expects much out of that guy. He brings it. I mean, you just can't look at a guy. Tyson Fury is probably the best example, right? He's fighting chiseled beasts, and yet he's making them look like fools, right?
Oh, yeah.
One more shout out to Dutch Miller Auto Group for bringing this to us, you know, and doing all that they do for the combat sports in West Virginia.
And we see Caleb McKenzie walk into the ring, fighting out of BO2 Fitness. This man is a former collegiate football player, definite athlete here. You know when somebody's competed at that level in any sport that they have potential.
Absolutely, because the work ethic, right? To get to that level, the things that you have to do, especially do on your own, away from everybody, it shows a lot of the mental ability that it takes to get at that level. A lot of the drive.
You know, when you're fighting an opponent from a gym like BO2, they're coming out in force. It's got to be a little bit intimidating.
I also like that Caleb and I dressed the same with his nice golden shamrock.
He's got the luck of the Irish tonight. That's for sure.
I was unaware that I dressed like the Notre Dame mascot today, but
actually, when I first saw you, I thought you were a leprechaun, but I was like, no, he's too tall.
Too tall and too fat. Keeper elf, maybe.
When you say that you're fat, it's just insulting to me.
I'll just keep insulting you then.
If you're fat, then what am I?
We don't need to go that way, Elijah.
Eric,
okay.
Feel free to answer that one.
Yeah, you know, Elijah, you know, we still love you. That's what matters.
You can see the
This will be interesting.
Celtic cross there on his shoulder as well.
Oh yeah, he walked out with an army behind him. So
Do you feel like Caleb would be a little aggressive here? You know, just looking at the body types, he looks like a guy that's going to come out and take up the distance, but we're going to find out.
See if he's got that Irish spirit in him.
Yeah, he definitely does. Here he comes.
Looks coming out methodical, though.
Oh, look at that
Beautiful
jab.
straight jab right down the middle.
Ooh.
Owning that jab right off the bat.
He started to get a little excited, then he stepped back. I like to see that.
Yeah.
He's fighting a very smart fight. I talked to Joey Studer, the owner of VO2, before this fight about Caleb. Because, you know, I've been looking into him. I see he's got potential.
Well, what I can see... Go ahead. I'm sorry, Elijah.
Joey said everything's been kind of coming together for him as of late. He's very new to the sport.
I can tell right off the bat that, you know, Seth does not... And I don't mean this a bad way. He doesn't like to get hit, meaning that he's a little gun shy. You see him flinch a little bit when he can tell.
Yeah, he turned away completely there.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by that.
And I would like to see McKenzie start seeing that and using feints.
Yeah, see how? Yeah, there's a lot of flinching. Doesn't look real smooth on his defense, but that's okay.
He was throwing heavy leather, though.
Absolutely.
And he put his combinations together. You know, you usually see guys that are a little bit green pot shot, and he's not. He's actually trying to put punches together.
Yes.
Massive knockdown.
Oh, that's it. He is on Clear Street right now, and I don't think he's getting back up.
That right hand came from the
they need to
That's it.
Yeah. Oh, what a right hand.
Beautiful knockout from Caleb McKenzie.
Let's see that replay here. Eric, let's check this out. That was a heck of a right hand. Here it is.
Solid.
Let's see if he counters. Yes, he countered that. Oh. Oh, yes.
In between the transitions, man.
And it goes back to what we were saying. You know, his defense there, he's just kind of not looking at him, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay. Again, he's a new fighter, and this is how you learn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, they wanted to stand toe-to-toe and bang, and that's exactly what they did.
They did, yes.
Props to both gentlemen for that. It takes a lot to even do that in itself.
Yeah, and ultimately, the cleaner fighter won, right? The guy that had the better defense, the crisper punches. And that's what's going to happen when you guys first start out like this. But like you said, props to them for going out and swinging.
Oh, yeah. No, he stepped out strong with that lead jab he had. It was crisp right off the line. Realizing when he needed to step back out of it, that was solid fight, man.
Heck of a right, man.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see Seth back up there giving him props.
Oh, yeah, good respect between the two gentlemen. Hey, and just like we were talking about right before, we told the fans we're getting ready to see some knockouts. We're about to see some crazy action right off the bat. What do we have? First round.
Right off the bat, and this is what gets the crowd going. Oh, set the tone for the night.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely thunderous right hand. How does it feel getting that first knockout?
Oh, it feels great, man. I couldn't imagine it any other way.
So talk us through that one.
Came out swinging.
So when you landed that right, did you know who was done?
No, I mean, I didn't expect anything. I'm here to fight, man.
So tell me, what's it been like coming from college football into boxing?
I love boxing a lot more, let's be real. I love the showmanship, all eyes on me. But, it translates really well. I got to bring my power, footwork's all there. Easy work.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for VO2 Fitness's Caleb McKenzie.
Likeable guy, right? He didn't talk the trash. He's smiling. He's happy. You love to see it.
Oh, yeah, really enjoyed himself out there. And, I mean, heck, if that's his debut, I'm excited to definitely see his next fight.
It'd be good. They did a really good job. I mean, he looked nice and tight and crisp. And it's not easy coming from football to boxing.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That's he might be an athlete, but it doesn't mean you can just pick up boxing, right?
Oh, yeah, football, bull rushing, head down, running straight in for it. And here you got to see him poised, relaxed, and picking some of those shots.
Yeah, he was good. That was a very good debut fight for them. So we're looking at 141 pounders here, so we should see a lot more speed. Theoretically a little bit more technical aspect, but
beautiful walkout song from Jaden Howard here. Sympathy for the Devil. I used to train a little bit with Jaden at East Kentucky Combat Club in Paintsville, Kentucky. He's working with Lucas Spalding. You see him there in the corner. Lucas is an excellent boxer. And Jaden is built perfectly for this sport. He's a very athletic young guy.
141 pounds. Hopefully see some speed, see some of that agility come alive in this fight.
He looks ready. He looks like he's warmed up nicely in the back.
If he's anything like Lucas, he'll have sharp, clean, straight punches. Here comes Heathen Clan Combat, Sean Bryant. And we hear that Heathen Clan clap crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Electrifying this room.
Oh, yeah. No, they're standing strong with their own for sure.
And, he's originally from Cleveland, Ohio. I think we've got somebody here in the booth.
Yeah, great man was once born in Cleveland, Ohio. Goes by the name of Butch Hiles.
And I think I know that guy.
It happens.
You see Thorne Hensley walking out behind him. These are two very athletic young men.
Excited for this fight. Looking forward to seeing a little bit more technical action here.
Taking a look at Jaden up here. He's not taking his eyes off of him. He's trying to win that mental game right now, right off the bat.
I would, just looking at him, he looks like Jaden could muscle him around a little bit, but that's what's going to we're going to see how the footwork plays out.
Well, you see, Bryant's going to have to get inside.
Absolutely.
And
sure.
I know Lucas Spalding, very bread and butter, 1-2 straight punches. So if Jaden can play that game, it's going to be a tough night for Sean Bryant. But you see Thorin Hensley there in the corner of Sean Bryant, and he is definitely ready.
Well,
From the crowd, from Mr. Bryant.
you know, Jaden looks like he just wants to attack him.
Oh, yeah.
Right, look at him over there. I look for him to run out in the middle and go, look, he's rolling that tongue around that mouth. He looks like he wants to go after him.
I know that Jaden's been training for years because it was years ago that I saw him at EKCC.
Really? So he's been waiting for this moment, huh?
Good head movement, good head movement.
Yeah. Footwork's not the best right now from Jaden.
And his head's on the center line.
Yes.
He's not moving his head at all.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Definitely likes to fight, but I don't know.
Bryant has so much reach to deal with, though.
He does, but let's see if he uses it. Right now, he's just coming straight at him, right? And that reach is not helping if he's coming straight at him.
Definitely a little wild. But he landed a big right hand there.
He's got the power, but Sean's got the technique so far. These guys are going to war.
Sean is ripping with big. He's getting caught coming in.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Jaden's taking a breath.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
His pace is absolutely insane right now.
Sean knows it. He's putting it on him. Let's see if Sean keeps him in the corner there.
I took a little breath there as well, though.
It's a smart move. It's a long fight. Let's see what happens, but they're going at it. Yeah, Jaden's looking a little tired already.
Thorin calling for Sean to get his hands up.
Shots of
Hensley from the corner just yelled, educated.
That's what I was going to say. It's very good, man. Oh, look at those punches.
Hand for Bryant. Stops Jaden in his tracks.
This is a really aggressive.
Oh, look at that overhand.
And Jaden's landed, but he's not sitting down on his punches.
No.
Much power at all. Not utilizing that range.
Oh, man, if that would have landed, we'd have had some trouble there. Sean Bryant's looking good, man. Nice round from both of them.
Very impressive considering the height and the reach disadvantage he's got.
Jaden just didn't use the tools that he had there. You know, again, debut fight, right?
Both gentlemen debuting here. Let's see how that pace from the first round carries into the second round here.
And a lot of times this can change, man. That first round, you're just trying to figure out what kind of fighter you are, what's going on, how your mind's going, and a lot of guys can make that adjustment, right?
Jaden just touched his body and said something. It was interesting what he said there to Lucas Spalding.
And we got Sean over here not even sitting down on the stool. He's just ready to get back into it.
It's a different thing. Some people don't like the stool. I'm one of them. I don't like sitting down between rounds, so I feel like that's when you get that adrenaline down.
And here we go.
Yeah, Jaden's backing up. Again, he definitely looks tired. Yeah, punches are not coming with the same velocity anymore. That one did.
Big right hand, though, just misses.
Oh.
Well, staying on him.
It's another fight where a fighter's using the clinch to his advantage.
Beautiful job.
Yeah. Watch this here when they break.
It's just
Sean's coming right back at him. As soon as the left gets out of the way, Sean's putting on the pressure.
He's not letting him out of that corner.
This is not the first time tonight we've seen the smaller guy get the better of the taller, longer guy using beautiful inside fighting.
You know, those shorter fighters have that nice overhand left or overhand right, depending on what. He just switched his stance to a traditional there. Now he's back in the southpaw stance. But this is, you know, Sean can use that overhand left or overhand right, get inside. Let's see if he brings it here.
This fight is an
Here it is, yes.
case.
Oh, and he got caught there. Oh, and it's got him wobbled. Let's see what happens. It's confronting him. Here, look at him just clawing both of them. You know, they're both hurt. Uppercut would have been nice there. Look, Sean's hanging his head low.
Beautiful roll by Sean, but didn't capitalize there. I think he's getting a little bit tired of go.
Lost 10 seconds in the second round. What do they got?
Another overhand left. He's got anything left in the tank, Sean?
Somebody's got it.
Nice job. Jaden landed some solid shots that round. Very best shots of the fight for Jaden by far.
I think going into this third round, I think Jaden's going to need to do a lot right here.
I agree. It's you know, that round I could see it going, if you count the damage, right? They both got tired, but you know, again, Jaden was getting manhandled for a lot of the round to those big shots landed. So it's a tough one, man.
Yeah, Sean had a lot of ring control, had him keeping up against the ropes in the corner a lot. So, you know, that pace he's bringing, let's see how this third and final round goes. See if they just leave it all out there.
I agree. I look for this third round to be a lot slower than the first two. Considering Jaden put his hands on his knees at one point during the fight.
Well, Sean Bryant was exhausted at the end of that second.
Yeah, I don't know how much they've got left to offer, but we're going to find out.
But sometimes you'll see guys get a weird second wind after they seem dead.
They're both still throwing. You know, they're here to fight. Props to both. Jaden's a warrior. Sean's a warrior. Round 3.
I feel like Sean looks like the fresher man, but I'm not sure.
I don't think he shows his exhaustion as well, because if you look now, he's not moving, right? He's kind of showing his back a little bit, which means he's tired.
Active man this round.
Absolutely. And so that's what I'm saying. I think he is more tired, and we're not seeing it. Jaden gives
He wears it.
Yeah, he shows his tell signs. Yeah, but you can tell the velocity of the punches is going down. Here we go, last minute.
I think Jaden used that last energy there at the beginning of the round.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see that last burst from Sean Bryant. If I were Jaden, every time he clinched me like that, I would lay on him.
Absolutely. So these are things that come with experience.
We saw Fury do that to Wilder a lot in that second bout.
Yes.
Oh, 2 nice right hands landed.
I would argue that these punches he's thrown is a waste of energy and time, where he could lay in them, like you're saying, and do a lot more.
And it gives you time to rest, and it wears them down.
Yes.
Closing in the last 30 seconds.
Good shot to the body by Jaden, and then it follows up with a straight right
in front of us here.
I'd like
20 seconds left.
Sean Bryant get a little busier. You've got to steal this last round. You've got to dig deep right now and steal it.
Yeah. And that's what's hurting Sean right now. I think he's got a little bit more gas in the tank, but he's not using his distance.
There we go. There's what he needed about 30 seconds ago.
Heck of a fight. Going to be a tough one to judge.
I feel like Bryant got the first 2.
I agree. I was thinking I got the third as well.
The third one's close. They were both so tired. Jaden had moments in the third there, but I don't know.
They did.
I think that this fight's got to go Sean Bryant's way if I had to score it.
You know, another thing, too, that we're kind of talking about, just, you know, where Jaden kind of wears how tired he is, and you can kind of tell his emotions by just looking at him. Judges see that.
Absolutely.
You know? And
I know my last fight, they saw it.
Yeah.
I think it affected that final decision. They see a guy's gassed. They see a guy's tired. They see a guy doesn't really want to be in there anymore, and they think, oh, he's losing.
Yeah.
Even when you're not.
Yes.
Well, let's go talk to the winner.
Good debut fight for both of those guys, right? I mean, this is You can be overcritical of things like this, but I think they're right where they need to be, and this is the point. They're going to get better from this. They look really good.
Oh yeah, when you're looking at two guys debuting and they're coming out like this, both of these guys had good technique right off the bat. Their punches were pretty clean, but start putting some of that footwork together. Sean had some really good head movement starting off, moving his head, keeping it off the center line, very impressive. So debut fights, man, it's only up from here.
Yeah, and the other thing, they got to find spots to rest, right? And that's what they didn't do. They did a great job of fighting and throwing punches and doing everything they need one side of the ring to the other. But where are those spots, especially for Jaden, who obviously looks visibly tired? He should have found those spots to maybe make some distance, catch his breath, find spots where they're not going toe-to-toe the whole time.
Right.
Crowd loves it.
Oh, yeah.
Our judges have come to a decision, a unanimous decision. For your winner, boxing.
With the win, getting inside of that total fighter, man, it's just pushing that pace.
You need to do with that, man. Like you said, he was busy. He looked a little bit cleaner, a little bit crisper. And just listen to that crowd. Love it.
Love that support for a debut fighter.
Against the guy who had a lot of reach and a lot of height on you. How did you deal with that?
Back in the before, we were told the guys that one thing was kind of always done. So, go and do what we do before.
That was a close back and forth fight. Did you feel like you got out there and those first two rounds, you looked really strong? You had to dig really deep in that third, I know you were tired. So talk to me.
Then it was a little bit right out of it. We got to fight that, so do the train, push through, keep pushing.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Hilton
Great second fight.
Yeah, next up is the fight that you came to see.
Oh, yeah.
So once again, brought to you by Dutch Miller Auto Group.
Fight 19, that's what's going to Doubletree. Do not have concession stands outside. That difference is for small, tall. Shoes are outside.
I'm enjoying this ring guy right now.
Yeah, he's giving it all he's got, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Now, we need to make the ring to the ring.
If we keep commentating together, that's what we're going to call you guys, small and tall.
Small and tall, there we go. Now Gage here, he looks like he's going to be the taller fighter again, going to have the reach advantage. So let's see what Mitch can bring to the table for it.
Gage is a guy who is a complete student of the game. He's one of those people that absolutely loves MMA, loves boxing, loves kickboxing. He's watching every card. He's constantly studying the sport. He told me, I think it was his first fight, he's like, yeah, I want to be a coach someday. He's one of those guys, like, he loves it. He wants to immerse himself as much as he can in the sport at a young age, fight as much as he can so that he can just gain that experience.
And I think that's a beautiful thing. You know, when somebody recognizes right off the bat that they want to be a coach, you know, it's something they can work on. And all things like this make you a better coach, right?
And, you know, we've seen him compete in street beefs as well. He started there. Then he had that last fight against Zachary Craddock, which he took a tough loss in. That was his second fight with us. He's taken some time off now, reevaluating, doubling down on his training. And I think we're going to see a different Gage Householder tonight.
Coming out wearing the UFC trunks.
Besides the UFC trunks, what do you think about these shin guards here, Eric?
Definitely too thick, too big. I'd be wearing my cloth ones. I just barely have enough padding, you know?
Yeah, now, and that's a good point. Do you know if the commission has any kind of rules on what kind of padding, or are they just kind of vague? You have to have shin guards, or do you know?
I don't know the exact specifics on it, but I've seen plenty of guys wear just the slip-on cloth shin pad. So,
Yeah.
My question: why do we need them at all?
exactly, 100%. You know, Kentucky has the rule that amateur fighters don't need to wear shin guards. So,
You know, and I was there for, when we made MMA legal in West Virginia. So part of this is the West Virginia Commission followed the rules by Greg Serb and the Pennsylvania Commission, and they wore shin pads for amateur MMA and everything else. And I think that's kind of the commission that they followed.
yeah, because look at Mitch here. He's wearing those slip-on cloth shin pads.
I like those a lot better.
Yes.
Those are the ones Keith has. That's what we provide to the fighters. Those are actually my favorite shin guards I've ever worn.
But I will tell you that, I know from some fights we had in the past, I also know some fighters that like those bigger ones there that we don't like. And the reason is they said, like, it's like hitting somebody with a baseball bat. Right? Yeah. And I can see that too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Depends on how you're looking at it.
I guess I'm just one of those weird guys, man. I just like to feel that bone on bone as close as I can.
And that makes way more sense to most of us, right? Yeah. Those combat shin guards remind me more of that karate style, right? That slight, because you need some movement there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about gauges. They're so clunky. I've always hated those type.
They're clunky and a lot.
Nice job coming out of the gate too. Nice lead leg
Yeah,
kick.
these guys look good, man.
What do you think about those kicks? I know they weren't the cleanest, but
They weren't bad at all, though. I know you're asking Eric, but they weren't bad. Like, look at that nice inside leg kick.
Good timing off of him.
Absolutely. Mitchell looks like he's concentrating on the hands a little bit more. I mean, obviously threw some kicks there, but I'm watching him. He looks like he wants to land some big hands.
I like how active Gage is with his lead leg.
Well, you also watch Vaughn switch up the stance there, right?
And I didn't expect it from Gage, actually. I expected more of a high-style kickboxing.
There's Mitch trying to stay on the
That's
inside.
what we see from Mitch.
Absolutely.
Mitch has got more of that Thai-style, Dutch-style kickboxing stance.
Which, for people that don't know, that usually means you've got better hands, right? The Muay Thai guys don't concentrate on their hands as much. Dutch style does. There's a nice right to the chin there.
And I think that's what we're seeing, too. Mitchell is showing more success with his hands, while Gage is showing more success with his kicks.
Yeah, and obviously, when I've seen Americans go to Thailand and they competed, the ones that did win were the guys that kind of stopped the kicks as much and just threw some bombs.
Well, that's how the Dutch kickboxers started beating the Thais. Guys like Ramon Decker went over and beat the Thais by having better boxing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good kick to the body there. Stay on it. Stay on.
Slide by me if he can't. It's going to be hard to recover from a liver shot that fast. Get up.
If he does get up, I don't think he's going to last long. Mitchell's coming for it now. Let's see how long it lasts.
I like
he
to
hits that
think
target.
that it was my scream that got him up.
He got him up for sure. Well, he tried.
Good job by Gage Householder.
Oh,
breaking the rhythm.
That was a slip all day.
It was. He kicked his leg out from under him, but it breaks that rhythm. It gives him time to recover, which is exactly what he needed.
What we're saying, though, is that it technically ties the round.
Did he call that a knockdown? Oh, my God.
It was a knockdown.
It was not a good
not
call.
at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Now we're dead
That's
even.
Huge.
Yeah, because, with that first knockdown with Mitch, hitting with the liver shot, you definitely see Mitch taking the lead there. But
and that has to make you so angry if you're over there in that corner. You earned the knockdown, he didn't.
Yeah.
You can't let it throw you off, though. Knowing this round's even, you can't let it sit in the back of your head.
You can't. Listen, mistakes happen. Like you said, if you dwell on them, that's when you get out of your game. If I was Mitchell, I would come out, look for that liver. Right? That's all my brain would be thinking right now.
Eric Swan, he's been around a long time. That's exactly what him and Zach Wilds are telling him.
Absolutely.
Dig that body. Even if he went in tight, did it with his hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
He just got to work the body. You got to punish that liver. Because there's no way that Gage has recovered fully.
And he's not doing it. He needs to keep that right hand right on that liver.
Another nice kick to the body, though, from Mitch.
It's even like...
And there he's digging the body again.
Just with the right hand, though. He needs to switch to the left.
It's a shame that you can't knee in kickboxing in West Virginia.
I think we had the same thought process right there. Oh, he's setting it up. Look, he knows. Ooh.
Yeah, he's liking to do down hand with the liver shot.
That's the hook that got him, and he may not make it. Get up! That's it.
Oh, he's down.
Let's see this replay. Beautiful left to the liver. So what do you think about Mitchell there? That was it's an impressive fight.
You know what? I'll give him some credit here. Some of his striking looked a lot better today. You know, those kicks definitely did some damage to the liver, it looks like, following up with the hands. So, interested to see how that plays out in MMA in December. So, let's see.
Watch this replay. So, he hit him there with another left kick. I bet you that probably hurt him a little.
That left snuck in there right there.
Let's watch this here, too. Bam, right there.
And here comes his left hand. Right there, right under the elbow. Sneaks it in. Very, very fast shot. Very fast shot.
And for people that don't know, when that liver gets paralyzed, you can just basically touch it from there, and it shuts your whole body down. And that's what happened to him. That's why it's a delayed reaction. I know for people that don't fight, they're very confused by that. But it's something that you just can't describe, right?
Right.
Because your brain's telling you to keep going, and then your body's telling you, I can't move.
Yeah.
Right? So
you just start slowly, you know, crunching down and getting in that zone. It's just like, man, I want to get up, but I just feel I can't stand up.
Yeah, and I think for the uneducated, a lot of times they think those people don't have heart. Like, why did they quit? They physically cannot do anything.
Right. It just freezes you up.
Yeah. But we saw in Bridgeport, for example, Colin Caprini got hit with a liver shot in the first round, was able to recover, and came back and won, I think, with a knockout in the second round. But those are hard to come back from. He's one of the few that did.
Those are ring girls are after him. Round to tell, you're clear. Well, my man, take the gloves off. Seconds into the second round,
Let's see if Elijah has him call you out, Eric. If he's on his game, he'll start some drama.
Justin getting called in there.
That was absolutely beautiful performance. That liver kick is what started it all. You knew you had a break, came out that next round hungry for that body, so talk me through it.
It was a rough up, man. I came here for the rough. I came in here and fought, and I didn't really know much about them, but I kept working on everything, and I got the job done.
So, I think we already know what's next for you. We got your opponent right here, Mr. Eric Boone. We're going to bring you guys into the ring. So you guys have been talking a while in the fight that's been going on for a while. I'll start off with Eric. Tell me your thoughts on this matchup.
Striking a little bit bigger tonight. His liver shots like that, man. I look pretty soft.
So what do you got to say, bro?
I think he did. I'm out there. I'm not going to have a country.
Let's go. You make your way out, bro.
So how was that, Eric? How was your first showdown in the middle of the ring?
It was interesting, man. He called me a mean word. I was kind of upset there. But you know, hey, respect to him. He's running off the adrenaline right now. So we'll see how he calms down.
No, you know, Eric, that's actually a good point, right? And that's a good professional way to take it, right? Is right when you get out of a fight, you're not the same person.
Oh, no.
You're hyped up.
He's fueled off that adrenaline right now. He's hyped up. He's probably ready to fight right now.
I don't think he likes you very much.
No? Like I was telling Bush before he got over here, he called me a really mean name. But you know what happens. It's short guy syndrome, so.
I was really kind of hoping you guys would just fight right there.
I'm down. I'm ready to go.
I've always wanted to separate fighters at a face-off, and I've never had it happen yet. It was so close. That's why Billy Fox came in. I was like, no, let him go. Come on.
Oh, yeah, he wanted to reference the takedown, but I had to remind him about the guillotine he got caught with last time. But hey, on it next.
Definitely some bad blood between you guys. More than I thought, actually, going in here.
Hey.
James Estep, also known as James Estep. Peter. And coming to the ring now is Taylor Mounts. And you got two guys with excellent nicknames in this fight. James Estep, also known as Jug. And then you've got Taylor Mounts, Taylor from the trailer. And we see my friend Rex White and Josh Luby in the corner there of Mr. Mounts.
This bout, this will be a amateur boxing heavyweight bout, 3-round, that 2-minute rounds. You have Dustin to
This man is tattooed head to toe.
Taylor from the trailer, fighting out of Berea, Kentucky by way of Richlands, Virginia. James Jug Estep, fighting out of Williamson, West Virginia, redneck brawl veteran. And you see there Big Rex White in the corner.
I'd be surprised if this one goes the distance.
Two heavy-handed guys.
Oh, yeah.
Both of them with experience. Taylor Mounts is 0-1, and Mr. Estep is 2-0-1.
That right hand coming.
Oh, big shots from Mounts out of the gate. And I don't like how Estep's leaning backward.
No. With his chin straight up in the air.
He's pawing with his shots as well. This is not going to be good.
No. You got to get that chin down.
Oh, he caught a knee. He caught a knee in the middle of that exchange.
This is just some bull. Like, I wouldn't say most of these fights or punches are landing the ropes. He's definitely bullying the guy.
I thought no,
it's still going on, guys. Let's go.
I thought Butch Howes was about to say this is just some bullshit.
No, I appreciate anybody that gets in there, man. They're giving it their all.
These are two tough guys with heavy hands. Even though his punches aren't clean, he hurt him a second ago.
Yeah, absolutely. These are just two old-fashioned guys that like to fight.
Oh, yeah, and look at the big smile on his face. Rex White saying he's tired now. Put it on him.
Well, I think they're both tired, right? But, oh, my gosh, they hit the nail on the head. Yeah, he's got to get that chin down.
That one hurt him. He's leaning back. Every time the guy comes forward, he just leans back. It's like that's going to get him out of the way, and it's not.
Yeah. As a technical fighter like yourself, Eric, I'm sure this is a lot different for you to watch.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's entertaining, man. I mean, they're just running straight at each other. No, all gas, no brakes, just bulldozing forward.
I want you to watch Estep's face, though. That man does not have the tools.
No.
He's got the grit and the heart, though. Look at him running after him.
Yeah,
straight up chasing him down.
And I would say the same for Eric's just throwing it that head up in the air, throwing like crazy.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Standing on him. 10 seconds.
He's looking for a way out. I mean, Taylor is gassed. Round 2 is going to be interesting.
And he's having a blast.
He's smiling. He's enjoying himself.
I think Lionel Nelson's got him. He's got him in trouble. He feels like he emptied the gas tank, and he's going after him, doesn't he?
And look how animated Josh Luby is in the corner. He's really making a show of it.
I want to hear these conversations in the blue corner right now.
But, to your point, like, when we were talking earlier about those guys not sitting down, this is a time when you know you got a tired fighter, but you want him to sit down because you want to pour water on him, you want to pour ice on him, you want to kind of wake him up, right?
Shocking back.
Exactly.
You know the old teddy bear trick. Teddy bear will, I've seen him do it several times to Matt Chris. He'll pour ice directly down his fighter's pants.
Yes, right on the groin.
He says that'll wake him up every time. It's a weird trick, but it works.
And it does. It's one of those tricks that a good coach knows, and it gets that. It wakes you up. It shocks you. Like anytime you get cold water, it's done.
Just call it the fight.
And he's not complaining.
Look at E-Step. E-Step is a wild man.
He is. Man, listen, man, he gave it all that he had.
I'm talking to Mr. E-Step.
Yeah.
He seemed character.
He does. And he had the time of his life out there.
Kind of starting a trend here with the corners, red corners coming away with 3 wins in a row right now.
Yeah, we have yet to have a winner in the blue corner, right?
The very first fight, the very first one was the only one so far.
These guys have just went to war all night. Like I said, again, USA Boxing, crisp, clean, footwork, head movement. This, nothing.
Right.
Just let's go out, brawl, give the fans something they want, and we're getting it.
Oh yeah, no, these guys are putting butts in seats for sure, and I mean, these fights are showing for themselves.
Absolutely.
Wow. It's not.
Give it up for a real wild man here, James E-Step.
My friend, absolutely awesome fight. That was so much fun to watch. The fun part is you looked like you were having a blast in there. How we do it? Wait, hang on. You're a fucking. My friend, you got heavy hands, you got the grit, you got the toughness. What's next for you? How do you move up? So I expect big things from you. It takes a lot to have that kind of willpower and determination. Come and see you, man! Stop!
Props to James. He never stopped smiling. Even during the interview, he smiled the whole time. You gotta love it when somebody's out there doing what they love and having a great time. It makes us happy too, right?
Oh, it makes the best fights, man. You get the guy that truly enjoys what he's doing, so he goes out there and he shows the work that he puts into his craft. Now he's going to advance his record to 3-0, 1 no contest. So now it looks like this next bout we're going to see some more experience. Lionel James coming out with 8-7.
Wow.
Having a lot of fights coming in here. So let's see what he brings to the table. But he's got Summer Brady, 2-1.
Having 15 fights is pretty impressive, right?
Especially.
Putting in some work.
Staying in the amateurs, trying to just build up that record, build up that experience before going pro. I like the idea.
I do too.
We got the Brady bunch walking out. Coming out to Zombie.
Gotta love Zombie.
This is an interesting character right here. Sean Brady, a trans athlete. Brittany Vaughn began that here at New Line, kind of leading the charge for trans athletes. And Sean Brady is somebody who's inspired by that. Her and Brittany had a rivalry for a little while. They were supposed to fight in Rough and Rowdy not long ago.
Summer looks noticeably bigger than Brittany, though. Yeah.
And
it'd be a tough fight for Brittany.
That fight fell through, and now they're like best friends.
Are they? Well,
they're very close.
As they should be, right?
Because Brittany normally fights at 135, if I'm not mistaken. This is 158, nearly basically 160.
Yeah, it was a strange matchup, but it ended up falling through. That might have been the reason. I think Brittany was going to move up and fight her.
Well, we'll see Brittany later, man. She's a heck of a fighter.
And we've seen Brady Bunch compete in Rough and Rowdy before. She's 2-1-0.
Nice.
And then we're going to see Lionel James stepping into the ring. Lionel's a guy I've been watching for a few years now. First time I ever saw him was at Tough Man in Huntington. I actually scouted him. He was a guy I saw a lot of potential in. And you need to come fight for us. And he has a couple of times. We saw him against Lucas Spalding that we saw coaching earlier tonight. He took a TKO loss in that, but he's so tough. Lionel's a guy who's very athletic, very game. He'll fight anybody. He's 8-7. He's had a tough record because he's taken tough fights.
And that's, 15 fights. I mean, it sounds like he's fighting all the time. He doesn't care who he fights, and you got to appreciate people like that. In this day and age where people pick fights all the time and they're offered fights and they turn them down for this reason or that reason.
You see that all the time. People want an easy fight.
Exactly.
People don't want a hard fight. They don't want a challenge. They want to look good.
Yes. And it's the worst, in MMA because every time somebody sees that somebody has a wrestling background, they tend to turn the fights down. And
well, just to mention a few guys he's fought, like I say, Lucas Spalding, but Justin Sampson as well. Justin Sampson is one of the best boxers in West Virginia.
There's one boxer I'm really excited to see start getting in here, Roman Belcher, undefeated right now, 3-0, huge prospect. So hopefully coming in this next year, we're going to get to see him here fighting for New Line.
That's one amazing thing. We've got so many new faces coming. Our roster is constantly growing. That last card, there were a ton of new faces. This one as well. And as this roster builds, it's just more and more exciting match.
Absolutely. Summer's having a lot of conversations back there.
Yeah, talking to Tucker Lambert there in their corner.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure this is the first time they've worked together. It's an interesting thing. We've got these coaches that come here, show up to help out these fighters who are coming alone. And that's a hard thing.
That is very hard.
Travel in to an opponent's home state. And then you've got a guy like Tucker Lambert, though. Tucker's always in Brittany's corner as well, always helping
really
on out.
Yeah,
last several fights he's been cornering Brittany, too. Brittany said he's worked out a game plan with her for her fight today, so you got to give it up to Tucker Lambert. A lot of pro boxing experience there as well.
I mean, it literally seems like they're going over the game plan right now. Like, I'm watching him and she's saying, hey, I'm going to do this. He's like, keep your hands up. That's interesting to be in the ring and actually be doing the game plan right then.
It's wild because that's the first time she's talked to her corner.
Exactly.
Like, it's very, it's a unique situation. Let's see how well it works out.
Yeah.
She seems very determined, very focused.
Absolutely.
Ever since I've talked to her, coming in here, meeting her, like, she's very determined to show what her skill set is. And I think a lot of these trans athletes, they've dealt with so much scrutiny. They've dealt with so much bigotry from people.
Absolutely.
Like, they do have a chip on their shoulder. They have something to prove.
And rightfully so. And again, sometimes I think these athletes get lumped into the ones that are doing the things that people are not happy with, maybe competing with the girls, the females, but these are trans athletes that are in the men's division and doing exactly what people said they should do.
And Brittany was the first one I saw doing that. And here we see Summer Brady doing the same thing, competing against a very tough guy in Lionel James.
Yeah, Lionel
absolutely cracked her, but she smiled there.
Yeah. Lionel definitely looks like he's got some clean punches.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of the experience showing.
Yeah.
Lionel's been boxing a very long time.
You can tell he's got some good footwork. Obviously, he's got some good speed there. But man, these punches are landing with some power.
Oh yeah, you can hear him firing off.
Oh, big right hand cracks Brady.
Something fell off there. Maybe his hair, something, or her hair thing. One of the two. All right, let's go. One thing I noticed a lot of these up-and-coming fighters, right, is they just keep their chin way up in the air, and that's what Summer's doing now, is when she's getting hit. This is how you get knocked out. When you're backing up. Yeah, see
you
it right there?
tuck it.
And they do that defensively a lot, right? When they're backing up, the chin's straight up in the air.
It's that natural instinct. You're trying to get your head out of the way, and you think, oh, I'll move backwards. But you have to understand, they can move faster forward than you can move backwards. That's why you have to cut angles.
Yeah. And if they clip that chin, that's what we're looking for. That whipping action, so it knocks you out. So you got to keep that chin
Brady
hidden.
working that jab now, trying to change the dynamic of this fight. But
there we go.
She's turning away.
It's just that head being straight up in the air.
You can see an 8 count there, honestly.
Yeah, James is wanting to keep that pressure, establish the dominance going into it.
And we see some blood running
See
down.
if James throws an overhand right here.
Summer
Here it
Brady.
comes.
That was a slip.
Yeah, bad footwork there.
There we go.
He's getting a little excited. He knows that he smells that knockout. And this is a guy who's looking for a win. He's had a tough couple of fights.
Well, that overhand right's there anytime he wants it. Just because, like I said, the nature of the chin being straight up in the air. So here it comes again.
I'd like to see him set it up with his jab.
I agree, and that's what happened. Once you get a taste of those punches landing, you kind of quit boxing, right?
Flash the jab, then sail that overhand.
Yeah. And that's one thing that newer fighters don't use a lot is the feints and the trickery, right? They kind of, you're either throwing a 1-2 or you're not. And that's sometimes you got to throw those out. And
I think
check
it's an excitement thing here with
It is.
Lionel, too. Like, Lionel's 8-7. He's had a lot of fights.
Yeah.
But he's not had a win in a while, and he smells it. He sees my
looking
win's
good.
right here.
Looking good. Let's see how Summer, though, comes back. You know, Summer weathered it.
Tough person there.
And she's tough, and even though those shots landed, she didn't really look that rocked, right? I mean,
Breathing hard there.
Stayed in it the whole time, and you know, sadly leading with that chin forward. But I mean, hey, it's showing ready to go.
Yes, absolutely.
No backing
See
down.
our ring card girl Julia helping her with her hair there.
I'll go with that.
All right, so we'll look for Lionel to come out here with some more 1-2s.
And we'll see if Summer can change things in this round.
So right now, Summer's changing her stance, and you know that's another thing that newer boxers don't need to do, right? Because they're not necessarily good on both sides.
Legs don't look under her at all.
Exactly. So I don't know if that switching stance.
It's her left hook.
Yeah, I'd stay back in the traditional
She
stance.
acknowledges that shot.
Yeah, she's keeping her head on that center line. After he lands that right hand, follows up with that left.
Oh, man, there's that combo.
There's the right with the left.
I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
I will say that was a good punch, but also if you watch it on the replay here in a little bit, there was also a push. And once it landed, he kind of pushed her over.
And that's it, ladies and
there's
gentlemen.
the fight.
And Lionel fired up.
Yeah, and rightfully so after all those fights. Let's watch that overhand here on the thing. That might have been a left.
It's a big left hook. I believe. Big left hook.
Leaving that chin up in the air. That was
And there it is. See that right hand drops, and here comes the left.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Solid.
2-3 from Lionel James. Closes the show. And I'll go talk to that man.
Boom. Yeah, that was solid.
Right on the chin, right on the button.
And truthfully, it was not as much of a push as I thought it was, right? There's definitely a solid shot. He followed through. We'll watch it again here, but it's a solid shot right at
Bam!
right in the center.
That left hook. I mean, when you got a fighter that's leaving the head on the center line, throw those combinations.
Yeah.
Let him keep flying. You know, make him pay for it.
And look how it's just on a pedestal, her chin and her face, and right, you can't do that. And again, it's all new people do that, right? You just kind of lean your head back, you think you're out of the way of trouble, and then here they come, you know. And that's exactly what happened there. I would say most of these fights we've watched, the guy that's lost or the girl that's lost, his chin's been straight up, right?
Yeah.
But great fight, you know.
Yeah, we got to see some good stuff out of Lionel. He got to see some good footwork. You know, as Elijah was saying, he hasn't had a win in a while. See how ecstatic he is right now. So, looking forward to seeing what his next fight comes out of with that. You know, coming back with that win over an opponent, you know. So,
and that's the other. He brought it 100%. Didn't he? He was throwing those punches, and they weren't that sloppy, right? He was laying it too. He brought it, right? I love seeing people excited too. Good for him.
Now, that ups and downs, but you fought the toughest guys in the division. How does it feel to get this win right now? I've been spending and entertaining. This is hard. Mike was not available again from me today. So tell me, what's next for you? October 28th, Marvin November. I'll see you there. Ladies and gentlemen, and this is for Pete Mill for a good performance.
That's what I thought. Is that a honey bun? But somebody yelled it was. So
Hey, man, after a fight, after the weight cut, someone hands me a honey bun. I feel like I'm gonna be more excited for that honey bun.
He seems very excited. Now, here's a fight that I've been looking for. Dennis the Menace. It's David Fournette.
Now with our last match of the preliminary card, so the gentleman that I'm taking over for tonight, normally sitting here in this seat, so I'm excited to see who I'm getting honored tonight on the microphone.
Well, if he takes a bad loss, you might just take his job.
Yeah, you never know. He might have brain damage.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the end of him. So,
Ben Wilson coming to the ring.
Is this
Ben
the style?
Wilson from VO2 Fitness, and I'll tell you something. I don't want no scrub. It's no scrubs.
TLC.
Yeah, TLC. What a unique choice and walkout from a unique man. Like I say, he wasn't a fighter. He was
bobbing.
Photographer for VO2 Fitness, but he's around all these killers every day, and it inspired him. He started out, he was 300 pounds.
Wow.
He lost over 150 pounds in the last year and a half or so.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's incredible. He's already won, in my opinion. The guy is an inspiration. He's one of the kindest people you'll ever meet, and he's got a great team around him there at VO2.
Well, I'll also say this. He did not come out to TLC as a joke because he was really feeling that song.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
He don't want no scrub.
No.
Yeah, he was vibing, man. You get some people that want that really hard music, hype them up, and you got guys that just like the beat, the vibe. They just want to feel it, feel the moment.
I mean, the transformation, if you would have seen him when he first started showing up at events, taking photos, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. And here's another inspirational man right here, David Fournette, leader, co-creator of Fight Bros, consummate, lifelong fan of this sport. Him and Eric Mon both, when they started Fight Bros, and it was just a fan group. I don't think either of them ever imagined they'd be here actually competing in the sport that they love. And they're good. Eric Mon, we saw him in that last war against Colin Caprini.
Yeah.
David, we saw him last year here in Huntington against Hunter Schmokel, and absolutely surprised me with how sharp he was.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're talking when you're in the crowd there, or when you're up there actually doing the interview. Is that last fight is Colin coming back from a liver kick as well, right?
Yeah.
And that was one of the few times where he said we saw somebody actually come back from a solid liver
It's
kick.
so difficult when you get hurt to the body to come back. And Dave's smiling.
Yeah, look at him.
Here we go, getting it ready.
These are two guys I hate to see lose, honestly. Like, I love both these men. I just want to see a good fight. It's the same thing as Eric Mon and Colin.
Look at that, the fake handshake.
Yeah.
By Dave Fournette.
Makes him pay for that.
Yeah.
David went out to touch gloves.
Nice head movement by David.
Oh, yeah.
But he's not looking away.
David's trying to put on a show.
Oh, yeah.
And it's working. Everybody's into it.
Oh,
that's close. Yes, nice shoulder roll.
With a nice left hook, but Ben is looking sharp, working that jab and landing his own left hook.
They both look. Oh, he's doing a better job
Both
of putting
of
his chin
them are
down.
struggling defensively.
Yes.
Looking good offensively, but the defense has gone out the window a little bit.
But but they're defensively sound. They might be getting hit, but they've got the chins down for the most part.
David's moving his head really well, sliding away.
Oh, what a right hand. Oh, another one. Yes.
And they're coming from a weird angle.
Yeah, it's a right hook.
Because he keeps that hand so low.
Those shots are landing, but Ben's not letting him know they are. He's just staying in it the whole time.
Ooh, that's a nice duck under. These guys are nice measures. That's nice.
I would like
a few
to
times
see
tonight.
Ben start timing that left hook, though.
What's it, Ben? He surprisingly has decent head movement.
Both these guys looking sharp.
Yeah, nice jab.
Throwing combinations, now throwing one and done.
Another nice right hand. That one came straight down the pipe.
Big shot from Ben Wilson. And Dave comes back.
What an evenly matched fight.
This was perfect matchmaking.
Yes,
This was actually a fight. I thought it was great for both men. Good left hook from Ben Wilson. And Dave wears it.
Got 20 seconds left, and this is going to be a tough round.
Big right hand from Dave.
Because
this is so back and forth.
Yeah, Ben's come back at the end.
It's exactly what I wanted. I wanted a war.
And we're getting exactly that right here.
Another tough round to judge, man.
Man, yeah, exactly. That was extremely close first round.
It's a tale of 2 rounds, basically, right? You had David winning the first half and maybe Ben winning the second half, right? I mean,
no, I can agree with that right there. It was
so close.
Look at all those punches. Oh, those are amazing punches there by David. All of those are landing solid flush. Look at those. Nothing wrong with those punches there, is there? They're all landing. Man, look at that. And look at Ben just taking them like a champ.
Yeah, not even reacting to him, just staying moving, staying active, just trying to throw back occasionally, trying to time
And that's
it.
where it shows, like, Ben's been putting in rounds with some tough guys. He's not gun shy. He's used to this.
You know, Ben, he tried to work that little Philly shell right there. He just didn't keep his chin tucked behind the shoulder, but he did pretty decent. Wasn't that bad.
You know, I would say the only thing I'd want to see is stepping off those angles. They got the head movement there. They got the combinations. Now step off that center line, cut the angle, and let's see what they got.
And Eric, that's a good point. That's what we're not seeing a lot of, right? How hard is that to get into your game? How long did that take you to develop?
It took a little bit. It took a little while, man, because you're in the booth.
Big hooks from both men.
There they come, running right at each other. Maybe a little headbutt.
They're just trading.
Yes, toe to toe. Look at him go. What a man. I tell you, Ben takes him like it's nothing. It's crazy.
Look at that big old head on him.
Oh, David's got his hands down, but he is a showman. Oh, look at that. He just got out of the way of that one.
That's what I love about Dave and Eric. Both of them are shoulders.
Look at that right
in there.
Yes, absolutely.
It's like they've become a different person. They're superstars then. That's where they act like, they belong in here.
They sure do.
They're guys that you wouldn't expect to belong in here, but they do.
Man, David's been landing that right hand like nobody's business, man.
What a war.
And Ben's been walking through it like it's nothing.
That was a beautiful combination from Ben Wilson.
And this is another repeat of round 1 where we had David dominate at the beginning, and here comes Ben.
Ben's breathing a little harder now, though.
Yeah, but he's walking him down.
Ben Wilson hanging tough and landed some big shots.
He's walking through it, and he's the one walking him down. Even though he's getting hit over and over, he's just walking him down.
Almost on Dave's face when he almost fell through the rope. It was the best part of this fight.
Look at that jab, stiff jab. That was not a knockdown. Let's see what they call it. Not a knockdown.
Something's up. He's hurt.
But that's where he made a mistake, because
that nose is leaking pretty bad right now.
Dave has to dig deep. He's hurt right now.
Yeah.
He's probably digging deep.
Oh,
he's looking at moving that chin up in the air, but he's firing back.
So definitely a 10-9 or 10-8 round there for Ben.
Right. This third round, it's going to be close. I'm ready. I want to see how it ends.
Can we see a replay on that shot that went down here? Here we go. I was a little confused there because I felt like he just took a knee. Nice rights, another rights, those are rights. Okay, there's a little left there.
Maybe not.
All right,
here we go. Maybe a body shot? Yeah, that's straight right into the solar plexus right there. Yeah, it looks like a straight to the solar plexus.
Beautiful right by Ben.
Looked like perfect timing. Caught him as he was breathing in and everything.
Sure did. Here we go again, Elijah. Boom, right to the solar plexus there. See that replay?
I knew he was hurt to the body there. I knew something. He got hit with something.
Well, even, I don't know who won the first round, but David's got to dig deep because we know that was a 10-8 round. So
David, I think, has recovered a little bit, though. He thought about quitting there. You saw it in his eyes.
He did.
And then he stood up. He made it through the round. Let's see if he's got anything left, though. Ben Wilson hurt him hard.
But let me ask you something like this, Eric. If you've given somebody everything you've got, David punched him for those straight rights over and over, and he keeps standing. Does that wear on you after a while?
It's going to shock your confidence a little bit. You're hitting a man repeatedly with everything you got. Hit him with the kitchen sink, and he's still coming.
And as we said that, Dave came with a hard left hook that rocked him, but then he's still coming.
He's winning this round, right?
He's 100% winning this round. Shades of Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder after he got knocked down. He's coming back and
big hooks.
He's got a chin. Look at that chin on that guy.
Ben Wilson coming back and that body now.
Yeah.
Smart.
He's got.
He's got it. He's got to get it out.
Oh, any chance to win, he's got to at least a knockdown.
Last second. Tired right now. 1 minute.
They're digging deep.
These guys are laying it all out. And Ben's still bringing it to him. Oh my God, he's got him hurt.
Yeah.
Ben's stalking him down.
This is how you earn a main
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Look at those body shots. He knows he's got him in. He's able to. He drops it again with 30 seconds left. What great strategy about that shot. Great strategy, Eric, by Ben. He finally got him in, threw him. He just threw it right to the body. All he has to do is land something, and he knew he would hurt him.
Last 20 seconds. Let's see if they leave it all out there.
Oh, look at those shots. Look at those shots. Oh, my God, standing. My God. Oh, my gosh.
Swinging it. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. It's it right here.
Let's see if he throws it. Look at that overhand right
On the kitchen sink with us.
Wow. And what a fight. What this? Since taking this one, man, what hurt Joe a day for that? That was a war.
Absolutely. This was the last fight on our prelim card, and you couldn't ask for anything better.
I can't ever seem to help myself when my friends fight. I lose my shit every time. Can't help it.
As you should.
Hey, I bet they highly appreciate it.
Sometimes you just got to give them that extra push.
Sometimes you just need to hear it as a fighter being in there. If you don't hear that person screaming at you, sometimes you need that voice in the back of your head to tell you to get up.
Well, let's go talk to the winner of this. Absolutely beautiful fight.
Yeah,
Absolutely, 100%, man. You just seen these two guys literally leave it all out there from bell to bell.
And those body shots were the difference. You know, that's the funny thing about most people, they're headhunting. And what have we seen tonight is the body shots have been the difference of most of these fights, right?
Exactly. The guy's mixing it up, going head, head, body, body. You know, he's going back and forth to it, man. And, you know, just leaving your opponent nothing to guess to. You know, your opponent's not going to know what's coming next. You know, keep mixing it up, switching it up. And, you know, these guys did a little bit of just that. And then there were times that they just stood in the phone booth and just said, you know what, let's bang. Let's see who drops.
You know, and that's the thing. You know, if I was David, you know, he threw everything, and they landed as good as you could land. Right?
100%.
You know, he cannot be sad. The only thing that, you know, if I was looking at him and I was like, what did I do wrong? It's just the guy would not go down.
Yeah.
You know?
He hit him with some big, at the end of that round, man, just hitting with the left hook, right hook, just swinging it back and forth, the torque in that with your hips. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, what an amazing fight.
Absolutely. Let's see who wins this one.
And unanimous decision. One scores it, 26-29. Another defense scores it 25-30.
You see David pointing at the other fighter here.
Unanimous decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Wilson advances to 1-0, winning his debut fight.
And what a story all the way around. Him losing 100-some pounds.
Exactly, man.
Just being a photographer, coming out in the fight, and he didn't look like a photographer.
He put the camera down and he put the gloves up tonight.
Ready.
With that smile on his face, he's like, heck yeah.
Still got the chin of a heavyweight, though.
You're not a fighter. You're a photographer. Looking for me up there, looking at this round. You've been around these guys for a few years. What made you decide to make this journey?
He was like, hey, we'll put your camera down, put it on the glove. I'm like, all right, we'll look at that. So here we are, a year and a half later, and I'll introduce you I was talking about a year ago, exactly. We were before fighting, we're going to raise, call my name and raise my hand. Exactly a year ago in Huntington. So we're here now, and you call my name and you raise my hand.
That's unbelievable. A man who has inspired me truly. Since this journey began, he was 150 pounds. He was an undefeated fighter. Congratulations, my friend. Give up to the great Mason.
That was
go, ladies and gentlemen.
What an interview. Elijah Thacker, one of the best in the business.
Thinking about him being over 300 pounds and this being a 182-pound fight.
Yeah.
I've never heard one before. 150 pounds? Man.
Woo.
I got problem with my cheeseburger every day. Sam, we are going to have a brief intermission before we start our main card. That was the last fight.
As you said, what a heck of a fight to take us to intermission.
Exactly. I mean, we've had every fight tonight show up, come out there, look for the finish. And the amount of finishes we've had, the knockouts we've had, the TKOs we've had. Man, I don't even know what to think is going to come into the main card.
It's going to be tough to live up to that one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in 5.
to the action here on the main card at New Line Cage Fighting 19, Doubletree Hotel, Huntington, West Virginia. Let's go. Coming to the ring first will be Marvin
Starting out our main card.
I'm glad they've got Elijah's thing muted.
They would never.
There we go.
Need.
He is back.
Back again.
Yeah.
Main card, Brittany Vaughn versus Marvin Workman. And I had a moment with Marvin Workman just now before this fight, and it was glorious. I'm going to see if I can show
This
Bush
whole thing
here.
sounds weird. Oh, look at that. He made a TikTok video. There you go.
Yeah, Marvin and I decided to share a little dance.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It actually was really good for people who didn't get to see it. That was actually beautiful.
You know, what's interesting about this fight is Brittany just come off, she's just coming off a loss in MMA against Preston Starcher. You know, those two have fought twice. Starcher's got the better of her twice in a row now. Starcher's looking for a new opponent. He's trying to get matched up with Lucas Seibert, but Lucas is running away from that rematch right now. So this 135-pound division all throughout MMA, boxing, kickboxing right now is very interesting. Big scene right now.
Well, you know, this is a trilogy. Marvin and Brittany are very familiar with each other. There's been a rivalry going on for a while. It started in Rough and Rowdy. They were matched up. And Marvin, you know how Rough and Rowdy's designed, they make you make these videos.
Yeah.
They had Marvin say some really offensive things to Brittany, and it pissed her off to the point she pulled out of the fight. She said, I'm not going to fight you if that's how you're going to be. They ended up meeting at New Line. They've become friends since then. Brittany beat his ass in that one. It was a kickboxing bout. Marvin had never kickboxed, and Brittany absolutely dominated it using her kicks. And after that, Marvin gained a tremendous amount of respect for her. They went on to fight again in Tough Man in a very close decision that Marvin took. A lot of people thought it was controversial. So here we are in the final bout of the trilogy. This one's for all the marbles. Talking to Brittany Vaughn before this fight, you can see how important this one is.
She looks focused. I will say this, though, randomly. After 26 fights, it looks like Marvin's had. I would think he'd have some better shorts than cut-off sweatpants.
Well, that's the thing about Marvin. He's had a crazy amount of fights in just a couple of years. He's never trained. He has never had any formal training.
What a tough guy, man.
He's a dog.
A lot of respect for him.
Never puts his hands up. Always just eats shots. But he's gotten by with it, and he's won fights by knockout, usually comeback fights.
Yeah, you know, obviously I'm joking a little bit, but I do have respect for people that show up in non-traditional wear, like just tennis shoes, shorts, and he's like, look, I'm here to fight. I don't care what I look like. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, he's got the low-top one-ons right now with the black ankle socks, the gray sweatpants. I mean, he looks like he's just straight ready to go.
Yeah, he's a fighter.
Marvin's always ready to go. I asked him, I was like, there's no sweat on you, Marvin. Are you going to warm up? He's like, no. He's like, I never warm up. I only sweat when I'm in there.
Here we go.
Nice. See how they do.
Touch of the glove.
Big straight left from Marvin Workman. Then he gets caught with the counter from Brittany. And she hammers him with a big left.
And two big hooks.
Yeah, Brittany's definitely more technical right now.
I told Marvin.
Look at him go.
I said,
swinging
Marvin,
for the fences.
Put your hands up.
Oh my God. And he's coming. Wow. Brittany's
got him hurt right here.
Definitely does. But he's just swinging. He's not even looking. He's just swinging, and they're going at it.
You know, I spoke with Brittany about her strategy for this fight. I told her, when you sit back and fight calm, you're good.
Yeah.
She tends to get wild. She knows that.
Well, it looks like she's listened.
She's going to try to be calmer here and actually box with Marvin because she can outbox him, and she knows it.
Well, she definitely has a skill. She's trained hard. But like you said, it's like...
The more you get drawn into a war with Marvin, the more he thrives.
And you know what? A lot of people draw into that, you know? They get into a fight, and they start fighting. But that's why we train, you know, so that you can stay calm and collected and use good skill.
Guy, to really beat him, you want to pick him apart. Big shot, and that hurt Brittany.
It did.
I'd say this round, Brittany's definitely bringing the pace, coming forward a whole lot.
Yeah, I think it's slowed down a little bit. They've got each other's respect, right?
Big body shot from Marvin Workman. And another big body shot.
Brittany's just eating them, though, coming right forward, acting like they didn't even bother.
And honestly, you can see the experience here with the amount of fights they both have. If you notice these other fights, most people were gassed after the first round.
It's honestly pretty amazing how far Marvin has come with no formal training.
Yeah, well, he's a tough guy. I mean, look at him up there. He took those punches and he just keeps coming.
Well, he got into the sport to overcome addiction. He got clean and he needed something else, and this was it for him.
And
10 seconds.
We've seen that with a lot of these fighters, Elijah. And, you know, it's something that keeps them busy and keeps their mind occupied. And this is, you know, again, a lot of people wouldn't think this, but this is important for people like that.
You see the respect there at the end of the
Absolutely.
round. These two have gotten to know each other through being in there together for 2 fights. Like, they gained respect for each other. It's an interesting thing to see 2 people become friends through combat like this.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, like we all said, the schoolyard fights where somebody would fight in the backyard of a school, and the next thing you know, they're best friends.
That's how I became friends with Butch Hiles.
Except you just crushed me and made me cry. And then here we are.
Yeah, Butch Hiles always making me feel fat. That's what he's good for.
Well, Elijah, you're beautiful. It's okay. We got you, buddy.
So we see Marvin Workman here. Doesn't look tired. He fought a week ago. Marvin Workman fought last weekend.
I forgot that you said that.
Yeah.
And that is amazing.
And I heard it was a tough fight. He took a loss there, and you got to think that's got to wear on you a little bit.
Oh.
Strange slip there from Marvin.
Oh, man.
He should have just probably took a knee.
Good job by the referee there. Yeah, he did both. He did a good job in both of those.
Matt Jones there.
Yeah, he's a great
Third
referee.
man in the ring, and he does a great job.
He does. We give him a hard time on that one knockdown, but you know what? You can't see everything, and he did a great job in both of those.
Well, you can't be perfect.
No.
It's impossible to be perfect as a referee.
Especially in a fight where you're making split-second decisions, right?
We have an easy job. We
You
get to
do.
sit here and talk. Those decisions are so hard, and their job, there's so much more responsibility.
Absolutely. And that's why I want to give him respect. He's done a great job.
You see some blood leaking down from Marvin right now.
But look at that. Look at his face. He's got evil intentions, right?
And right after getting his head knocked back, reaches right back with a right
Seen
hand.
Marvin TKO several people like this. He'll be getting the absolute tar beat out of him, and then he just catches them.
And like you said, he's very unorthodox. He's switching his stance back and forth, and it's not because he can do it. It's because he doesn't care.
He's
right?
got to get
It's
his
just-
feet under him a little bit, though.
Yeah, and that is the difference, right? He's switching his feet.
It's strange that naturally he shifts his weight well.
Yeah.
He throws big power for a guy his size.
Yes, all his shots are power shots, right? So, and Eric, you'll realize there too, if you got to sit your
Oh,
feet
my
down,
God.
when he's throwing that either right hand or left hand, he's bringing that foot up in the air.
Brittany's got to make him pay right here, or he's going to keep ripping her to the body until it stops.
And that's a good point. And these are scoring, right? It might not be pretty, but he's being active.
They're landing. They're getting in there for sure. So I mean, Brittany's got to get back to keeping the distance. That's where she's winning right now. Is keeping the distance, keeping it as methodical as possible. Except when Marvin gets inside and makes it that brawl, that's where he's coming alive, like you said, Elijah. It's this is an interesting fight.
Brittany's breathing very hard.
Another good. Wow.
And he eats it right in the chin.
What a shot.
Good job by Brittany Bonds.
Marvin's,
Some clean
His
shots.
body shots are good too, you know. He's mixing it up. Look at those shots.
Oh, right on the chin.
3 straight shots to Brittany.
Brittany's going to start
10 seconds.
They're going toe to toe.
Leaving every little last bit out there in the ring for us tonight.
Absolutely.
And you see that
Great
with
job.
as much experience as Brittany has, she still has that tendency to leave her chin up in the air.
Yeah.
Back straight up sometimes. It's a hard, bad habit to correct once you get into it.
It is. It is. But as you said, I don't know if it's from advice from you, she's staying a lot more calm and collected. I think she's definitely trying a different strategy this time, right? She could go toe to toe, but she's trying to be the more technical fighter, and maybe it's paying off. Another tough fight to judge. I mean, she's definitely more technical, but Marvin's putting on the heat, right?
We see Eric Mon there in the corner of Marvin Workman, trying to tell his fighter what exactly he needs to do to stay ahead, because I think Marvin's ahead right now.
It's a heck of a fight. It's another one's tough, right?
Elijah, what's your scorecard going into the third round here?
Looking back on it, I think the first one might have went Brittany's way. Second one I definitely give to Marvin. First one, I don't know.
Looking 1-1 going into this third round. Let's see how they do.
I'm thinking maybe so, and I think this round could be all the marbles. Like, nobody's had any huge moments yet.
Ooh, another kick.
I have a feeling that there's going to be one of those big moments in this round, though. Something's going to happen.
Yeah, I could see one of these just big haymakers landing and finding its spot and knocking the other one down.
And that's what each fighter needs right here. They got to put their stamp on this fight.
Absolutely.
Oh. They traded there. I think Brittany got the better of that exchange, though.
But it goes back to what we were saying, too. A lot of, where Marvin's footwork's not the best, some of these punches look maybe a little worse than they are because he gets hit and almost falls over because he doesn't have his feet underneath him,
I definitely don't think he's hurt. He looks like his eyes are okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's just
and
the
he's
bad
still
footwork.
throwing bombs. Marvin Workman is always a fun fighter to watch.
He definitely. If you came to see a fight, that's what we got. Definitely slowed down a little bit, but there's another good body shot.
I tell you this, I've never seen Marvin work the body this much.
Maybe change strategies. Good. Those are both solid shots, too. Brittany's looking tired. Oh, as soon as I said that, nice right.
See those body shots, they wear you down.
Exactly right.
Because Brittany's been in a lot of 3-round fights.
Yeah.
Oh. Stood by Brittany Vaughn.
Here comes Marvin swinging right back.
Both of them look fatigued, but, they just keep throwing like nothing.
Yeah. And there was an opportunity to see us a little bit of footwork here where she changed the angle. She's able to land a punch right there.
10 seconds left in this, or a minute and 10 seconds left in this fight.
Unless the clock is wrong. I'm a little confused in that, right? Uh-oh, here comes Marvin putting it on. He knew what he had.
This is the end of this one.
Man, that's going to be a tough one to score. I want to see these scorecards.
I wouldn't be a judge in this fight.
I would not want to be doing what Marvin's doing right now. They're in that close of a fight.
All I can say
he took the third.
He should hope that they already have their scores down.
If you put a gun to my head and asked me to score it, I think Brittany took the third. She landed the cleaner shots, the bigger shots, and the way Marvin reacts to them.
Exactly.
Judges see that. I don't know, though. I don't know who won this fight. It's a lot like their last fight. It was a good one.
That's why you're not a commentator.
Oh my God, we're such snobs.
Yeah, no,
here at the commentary
she's excited. Booth. Everybody's excited. So, if you guys didn't hear, she said it was a fight of the night. It was a good fight, but I don't know. I would say that David was not the fight of the night.
Listen to what a savage Butch Hiles is. That's the fight of the night. That's why you're not a commentator.
Just put her in her place before she gets any bright ideas. It takes my job. Just keep her down.
Yeah. Let's go talk to the winner. Look at him here. I love the sportsmanship between Brittany Vaughn and Marvin Workman.
But even with her, right?
Culmination of a big trilogy. This is almost 2 years worth of fights between these two.
Yeah.
And they look like they're going to leave it all out there, shaking at respect. And, that's just the beauty of the sport that we do here, man. Whether it's boxing, kickboxing, MMA, anything combat related, you get two people that sign a dotted line and agree to, intentionally one of us is going to walk out of here alive. That's the mindset you got to have.
Absolutely.
And then for them to, have that mindset, once it's all said and done, shake hands and be okay. That's the beauty of the sport. Oh, there they go. All right.
Elijah just got involved too.
Okay.
I feel like Marvin just did a stripper move.
Yep.
I think I saw that on Magic Mike. But after 3 fights, they could have 20 more. I think they'd all go like that, right?
Yeah.
It could go either way, man. There's something about that matchup.
All right.
Main card here tonight.
Our judges have come to a decision.
I think I'm going to say Brittany before this card comes out.
Decision.
Oh, man, a split.
Judges see it one way, and one judge sees it another way.
So Marvin's wanting it.
28-29. Judge number 2, 28-29. Judge number 3, 29-28. For your winner, boxing. Out of the blue.
Marvin Workman is going to come away with the win.
You know, I don't want to say I want to fully disagree with that, but you know, they fully left it all out there. You know, Brittany definitely took the first round, in my opinion. Marvin won the second round. That third round is where you got to ask the questions. You know, who looked better in what situations.
Yeah.
And I thought he was completely out of energy, and hell, he just did a backflip off the ropes.
We've seen you guys fight 3 times. First time, Brittany, you took a kickboxing match. Second time, in a super close fight, Marvin took that one. And here, in the finale of the trilogy, Marvin, you took the close decision over there. Let's talk to Brittany first. Brittany, I think you gained a lot of respect from Marvin over this time. What's it feel like fighting her these 3 times?
We hear the crowd yelling for Brittany.
You like her style and everything. You always make a great fight. And we become really good friends through fighting for the promotion.
Like some are staring her down the back.
Oh, yeah. Then we can go to fight new people. I'm getting tired of fighting friends. Too much. So, Marvin, what's it feel like to seal this victory? Get 2 out of 3 of these wins and fight such a great moment?
So, it actually goes way back. I'm sorry, Britt, but I really didn't like Brittany at first. I thought it was kind of messed up with the whole situation. But she came in absolutely fucking whooped my ass. And whooped my fucking ass. And I was like, you know what? That's something special right there. I'm going to be friends with her. She's going to do it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for these 2 legends and these 2 friends, Brittany and Marvin Workman.
Absolutely. You know, if I could have won either way, I think we both agree. You know, if I'm looking at it afterwards, let's see what he says here. What's an MMA fight? So they want to have fight number 4.
In December, make it happen.
Let's
All right, there you go, guys.
December MMA, Brittany Vaughn versus Marvin Workman. There you go.
It's still not settled. That's basically what we're saying. But yeah, here's what I would say is, you know, you've both probably done some judging before. It's tough. Like, one of the criteria for judging is damage, right? So it's not how, if you look at those punches and Marvin maybe swinging from the fences, if you think they landed harder and they're doing more damage, even though Brittany had the cleaner shots and the crisper shots, then you're going to judge it a certain way. And that's the problem with judging. If you leave it to the judging thing, everybody has their different criteria, right?
Right. I mean, you know, looking at that fight, they left it all out there. They kept banging in the center. They were staying on the ropes, just not letting each other breathe. And, you know, that's exactly what you want to see off the first fight of the main card. Every fight, like we've said, has been exciting. Everything's going down. They're leaving it all out there. Finish after finish, close decision, split decision. What else more do we have left tonight, guys?
Well, and truthfully, I feel like Brittany might have lost that fight because Elijah told her to be a little bit more calm. If she would have picked up the action.
Yeah, Elijah, this is
all my fault.
This is 100% Elijah Thacker's fault.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm very interested. I actually thought this third fight should be in MMA because we had one in kickboxing. We had one in boxing. The only logical choice for me was to see him fight in MMA because that's Brittany's wheelhouse. Dude, Marvin's not a grappler. Like,
Brittany's solid.
I think it's a good one.
I think Brittany's a solid blue belt currently, if I'm not mistaken. If she's not, she should be. She's very solid. So.
Yeah, I believe she trains her ground game out of Ground Zero, I believe.
Yeah.
You know, and you've seen a lot of her previous MMA fights where she is very good on the ground, you know. So just see what they got. You know, I haven't personally seen Marvin in an MMA fight. I don't know if he's had any, so, you know, it'll be exciting to see his groundwork.
Even at that, but imagine them throwing those punches with MMA gloves on.
4-ounce gloves change the game a whole lot.
It'll be a lot of fun. I mean, I would assume Brittany's probably got better kicks as well. I've never seen Marvin.
Here, pizza plant comeback, going bananas for Robert Grubbs.
Oh, yeah.
Guy who's 4-0. I've not got to see him compete yet. I'm very excited.
So do you think Robert's their new up-and-coming guy at 4-0?
Absolutely, and you can tell by the excitement when he's coming out here. But in the ring right now waiting for him is Joe Adkins. You see Chad Van Sickle there in his corner. He's fighting out of Grove City, Ohio.
Grove City's got a lot of good gyms up there.
And we see Heathen Clan coming out, and they have Jelly Roll in the corner with them.
Hey, they roll squad deep. So I mean, hey,
and I love it. They're surrounded behind us. They're over to our right. They own this place.
Yeah, we are absolutely surrounded. So one bad word and we are cooked, gentlemen.
Yeah. I love it.
But no, you always hear the saying, you can't take your team into the fight with you, but there's something different.
You kind of can.
You can. When you're making that walk out there, you got your team behind you. You hear your family, your friends, your team screaming, chanting your name like this right here. It's giving him every ounce of energy, every ounce of confidence to go in there and do the exact game plan he needs to win this fight. And then you wonder on the other side, how's that affecting him? How's Adkins over here going to feel about all this going on? Is it going to add fuel to the fire, or is it going to diminish him a little bit mentally?
It's all personality. If I was him, I'd be like, all right, I got something to show all your friends, right? That's the kind of attitude you got to have, right? But you got to believe yourself, too, when you say that. Right. That's the other thing. So, Elijah, do you know much about how Robert's victories have come?
I do not. I don't know much about Rob. But we know that the Heathen Clan's really high on my nut for a while. Yeah.
You see our President Keith Noe over there smirking here in that crowd. He loves it. He loves hearing his fighters have all that attention around him.
This gets everybody down. Here we go.
No! Oh, man. Right to start the show.
And it goes to show it added fuel to the fire for him to want to come forward after hearing all those chants.
Let's see how much energy it keeps in the tank, though. But he's turned him in the corner now. He might be in some trouble.
Grubbs is right where he wants to be.
Exactly.
Oh, what a shot. Again. Oh, that was an elbow there. That has a quick right hand.
Yeah.
Deceptively fast.
Yeah, he's looking for it right there.
Oh, there he goes. 1-2, 1-2 again.
And he has a chin as well.
All right. But here comes Grubb. Now he's got his distance finally. There you go. See, he's backing up a little bit. He's going to push him off. And see if he gets a little distance here so he can land some punches.
Well, his arms in tight, moving that hand.
Yes, right. This is what Grubbs needs, is a little distance. But again, it goes, Eric, these heavyweights are coming straight forward. If they just do a little side movement, could kind of fix this a little bit.
Yeah. Switching stances for a moment there.
But heavyweights love to just walk straight forward, don't they?
Hey, they understand it's one punch wins it all.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
He's coming after him, isn't he?
Maybe an accidental hit right there.
Atkins is coming with absolute purpose. He's got confidence in
He does. And look at Jonah. He uses that forearm and elbow pretty nice there to kind of create distance to that right
I've
hand.
heard a lot of good things about his coach, Chad Van Sickle.
But he's getting a little too confident. He's not guarding that head again. Now watch his chin come up there. See, look at it now. Yeah, and this is where you get caught when you get too confident and have that chin floating up in there and there.
He's slowing down too.
Absolutely.
He put on a crazy pace, and that's hard. That's a hard pace for a heavyweight to sustain. So sometimes Groves might be just trying to weather that early storm, wait for him to slow down, and then mount his own turn.
Could be a tale of two fights, or he can keep this pace up for another 2 rounds. He definitely has this round. Look at that. Again, watch that left forearm by Josiah.
Overwhelmed Groves there.
He did great.
With volume.
He did what... I'm calling him Jonah, but sorry about that. But he came out. He was not affected by the crowd whatsoever.
No.
But look at him leaning back there. He's definitely tired.
His coach is working with him on his breathing, though, right now.
And that's all you should do.
Some air back.
As a trainer coach, I'd say, do what you're doing. Right now, I just want you to breathe. That's it, right? Because he overwhelmed him and he couldn't get any distance to fire any shots. I wouldn't change a thing. He won that round.
I'm excited to see how Robert's going to turn around in the second round. Jonah came forward that entire round. He pushed the pace. His foot was stepping forward the most. So let's see how this plays out. See if he can weather that storm and come back now.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Really breathing hard. Took a little while to get off.
Oh, that's a big overhand right. He started both rounds like that.
Look at his chin again. It's up there. Here comes Ruggs.
Now we got it coming back. Robert's throwing some more hands now.
And Billy Fox with some slick footwork to get out of the way there, those big men.
Yes. Nice turn by Grubbs. Grubbs better clinch him up here. He's going to get hit in the head. Yeah. It's actually a very good strategy here by Jonah. Just keeping the pressure on, staying in his face.
Grubbs needs to make
but this is where Grubbs he finally backed up to next step. It's the opposite of what you want to do as a heavyweight, but sometimes you just need to make that distance. Take a step back and land a bomb.
Exactly.
Well, like when you're fighting a guy who's literally right in your face the whole time, he's got to get away from you.
Yep. And to your point earlier in the match, or earlier in the night, he's laying on him, and
it's just like that. Good rotation off the ropes. Right? Oh, his team. See him make that separation, put him back on the ropes again.
That's exactly what he's needed this whole time. He needs to do it again. Get him off of you. Start landing.
And to that point, that's finally decent footwork, right? He came out to the side and then started throwing bombs.
He's cutting that angle, using the weight distribution.
There, now he's got his space. Let's see what he can do with it.
Jonah's leaning into it, so he's letting that momentum turn to the side and pop off some counters of his own.
Oh, Jonah with a nice overhand right, kind of landed behind the ear. But again, he's just laying on him. He's wearing him down, keeping tight so he's not getting hit.
Push.
Here's the opportunity.
Good jab by Jonah. And he's getting ahead of him.
He is.
He's quick for a big man.
But again, Jonah does exactly what he needs to do. As soon as he starts finding his range, Jonah gets right back in his face.
10 seconds left. Here we go. Second round.
This last 10 seconds could win the round. It's very even.
Oh, yes. It's a very different second round here.
It's slowing way down.
Yeah. But I'm still not seeing a whole lot out of Grubbs for a guy that's 4-0.
He's smart.
He was fighting smart.
A very smart fight.
I think I'm going to have to say 1-1 going into this third round.
It's very close. Very close. I would say Grubbs got more in the tank, but Jonah could surprise us all, right?
I don't know. I think I've got it 2-0.
It might be. That's the thing about us, again, announcing is, we're not staring at the action, right?
I think Jonah would take the first two. I controlled that both.
I would agree with you. The only thing is when, just like the last one, when the cleaner punches came, they came from Grubb. But how do we score that?
He had a few key moments in that second round.
Absolutely.
That could maybe sway the judges. But the majority of that round was dominated by Jonah.
And it's the key to this fight, this round, is can he do it again? Can Jonah just come out in his face, right?
How are these judges seeing all that clinch work? Because judges value it differently. I know it from my own fights.
All right, here we go. And here comes Jonah right in the middle again. He's stalking him down. But he's got that chin up in the air again. Yep.
Big shot.
Forward, right off the down.
Man, making some separation now.
But that's where he's making a mistake. Meaning Jonah, this is where he's fought, and this is where he's won the whole fight. This is where he needs to keep it. And he got
there. We go.
Set it up. He needs to back.
Trying to keep him in that corner.
He needs to step back and start landing. Oh, look at that. Good strategy to wear him down. Good strategy.
Jonah's fighting very smart.
Yes. Robert to come forward here.
He wraps him up again.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Anytime that Grubbs finds rhythm, he's wrapping him up.
It's been an excellent game plan by Jonah.
It's not like that, Fury.
Yes, this has been a yeah, so far we've got the beginning of the rounds for Jonah for sure. Look, he's got that head laying on his head. Look, now he's pushing him to the ropes.
Exhausting.
Yes.
Beautiful job from Jonah.
He's doing everything right. And look, even now when Grubbs is throwing punches, they have no steam on him.
Look at that dog coming into this fight too.
Man, look at that. He just put the pressure on.
Bull rushing forward into that corner, giving him no space to breathe at all.
And if something doesn't happen big for Grubbs, you've got to think he's going to lose this fight.
I agree now. They're both just thrown. The tank is empty.
Big uppercut from Grubbs, but it's more.
Oh, here comes another overhand right. Oh, my goodness. Jonah, he's
wearing him down.
20 seconds left for Jonah. What a right hand.
Oh, these punches are good.
They are staying in the phone booth and letting it all go out right here.
Absolutely technical, intelligent performance from Jonah.
Oh, it's Jonah.
It's an uppercut.
Take the uppercut, King Prince. You know space. Because here we go. The final 10 seconds. Big round. Let's go. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our heavyweight bout. Robert Mills and Jonah Adkins leaving it all out there.
We might have had another contender for fight of the night.
Yes.
I don't know who won that fight. I think Jonah Adkins. I think he took all three. But you never know what the judges are seeing.
I would be shocked if Jonah didn't win that on game plan alone, right? It comes down to he couldn't get the angles, he couldn't get the distance, throw punches. Great strategy, right? He found out what was working, and he kept doing it.
We just don't have enough awards for tonight's fights.
Absolutely.
Every fight tonight's just let it all out there. I mean, you can't ask for anything more. I mean, this has been a great night of fights.
Absolutely. You know, and I really do appreciate their matchmaking, meaning Eric and Keith and everybody that's involved in that. It's very rare that we see somebody just get the brakes stumped off them. That means it's bad matchmaking, you know?
Right, and you know, here tonight we're seeing some beautiful matchups. You know, like we just saw with Brittany and Marvin. Those two can run it back every time, and you're always going to see something.
Yeah, Grubbs haven't got off the ropes yet. He's a little bit more tired than we thought. And he had his all. He had to carry that weight that whole fight.
Exactly that. He carried the weight the entire fight of that. So, I mean, people don't think being in that clinch is exhausting, but when you're carrying another man's weight while you're trying to breathe in these situations, that's a lot of energy getting taxed.
I think Jonah thinks he's got it as well.
I don't know what. Hang on, we got Army behind us.
We might see Grubbs get his first loss. But I think, you know, look, as an outsider, I would think the Heathen clan would really respect that fight because they both fought their ass off.
Exactly.
Captain Green. When you like Kevin, we don't really need you guys. We're going to find a secret composition, and we're going to keep it that way.
Charles Whitehead doing a good job out there.
They got Elijah in the background shaking his head no like he wants a riot right now.
Wow. This is a unanimous decision by our judges. 28-29, 27-30.
Wow, man.
For your winner, boxing. Out of the blue.
Strand conserves the 2-1, and Lumber Greenwich gets handed his first loss.
When I think, listen, you know, the Heathen clan's booing a little bit this crowd, but not that bad. I think they understand too.
Yeah.
It was a good fight. Shouldn't hang their head like that. Some of them think that Grubbs won, and rightfully so. That's their friend. But that was a tough fight. We ought to give this man a lot of respect. He came out there and was not scared at all the cheering, and he fought his butt off. Look at his eyes rolling back in his head.
I mean, he came in here and fought a man that was 4-0.
Yeah.
He keeps bringing up your green jacket. He really likes it.
I don't know anything that he said.
No, it was more of catching the breath there, but hey, that's what you get when you ran forward the entire fight.
Yeah, man, he gave it all. Because you know he's tired, right?
Oh, like 100%.
Uh-oh. There we go.
My man right here with the green velvet sports jacket on right here.
Thank you.
This man right here's got the jacket, ladies and gentlemen.
Got to be good at something, you know.
You know, hey, you got the rocking jacket. I got my plain old Category 5 Jiu-Jitsu shirt here. So I mean, hey, let's do it. Elijah's got some dogs on his shirt.
I got that dog in.
The X-ray reveals, ladies and gentlemen, that Elijah Thacker does indeed have that dog in him.
It's a scientific fact.
One more amateur fight before we go pro. So,
I like this next fight coming up. I like Zachary Shrewsbury. I've actually got to see him fight a couple times. We've never had to train together, but I've spoken to him a few times. He's a good young kid. I like him. I'm excited to see how he comes out to this fight because it looks like he's got a tough opponent in front of him. Zachary's a younger gentleman. He doesn't look like your average fighter, but he comes out there aggressive and he means something with his punches.
Stepping into the ring now is my friend James the Mountain Dodd. James Dodd started out his boxing career at 3-0, comes from an MMA background, raised in California, started training out there. He's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu, but he moved out to Newark, Ohio, and of course, being around Teddy Bear, being around these guys, you're going to become a boxer, and that's what James has done. He has beautiful inside work, very tough guy. You see that MMA base when you watch him fight. Can't hurt the guy. I've seen him fight guys like Sean Schultz who throws absolute hammers. You can't hurt him. And you know, this fight materialized just a couple of days ago. Zach's opponent pulled out short notice. We had a few days to find a replacement. Dodd was coming down anyway with his team from VO2. Dodd fought last weekend.
And he said he's ready to go tonight.
He's in shape. You know that when a guy's fought so long ago. But he had a tough fight against Iglesias. There's got to be some fatigue there. But I really think this is a tough fight for Shrewsbury. It's a good matchup. Shrewsbury's been looking better and better, and it's because of his coaching. He's under Scott Kuhn. First time we saw Zach, he had literally a minute of cardio. He won that fight, but he had to dig so deep to do it.
I remember that fight as well. But speaking of that, I mean, like you said, he fought last week, but so did Marvin. We saw what Marvin was able to do. So we'll see if this is a lot of the same or, you know, he's a little bit worse for wear.
Oh, yeah. What are we going to get to see here tonight?
I think Dodd's constantly sparring hard, constantly in the gym like he's fighting. So I don't expect him to seem rusty or anything, you know, or fatigued, really, because he's used to hard rounds constantly. He didn't take much damage in that fight.
He looks nice and relaxed, right?
It's at the point Dodd's been here, done that.
Yeah.
He's a veteran.
Yeah, it just looks like another day in the office, huh?
And Shrewsbury, at 18, 19 years old, is already becoming a veteran in there, getting more comfortable. Both these guys have a ton of potential.
Alrighty, here we go.
Zach was actually lined up to fight on Chase Hill's card against Sean Schultz, who beat Dodd on our card. But that fight fell through.
Here we go.
You know, it's nice to see all these guys have these more opportunities now. There was a long period of time in West Virginia where you didn't have a lot of opportunity. You only had a couple of events that you could choose from, and if you weren't fighting that style, you were in trouble.
Dodd got there and then got frustrated with it. My bad. He's the other end. Oh, nice leaping left hook, right hook by James Dodd, the southpaw.
Yeah, Dodd looks nice and relaxed. And he's got that right hand low, but he's snapping that jab real nice, throwing a nice little snap hook over there too.
And you see, like, Shrewsbury's so young in there, but he's gaining so much experience and getting better each fight. He looks a little uncomfortable right
now. He does. That's what I just noticed there. Those kind of got his body off kilter there, right? Even that looks a little less, you know, I'd expect him to look a little sharper than he does right there, but Dodd definitely looks more crisp of the two right now.
Yeah, Dodd's leaving that lead hand out there, trying to measure the distance, and that's what's really getting to Zach's head. He's not able to get inside, get past that arm. He's not stepping off to the side, cutting those angles off that arm. That arm staying in front of him is kind of just it's not letting him throw his shots.
And that's a good thing. This is, you know, one of our last amateur fights, but we haven't seen a lot of jabs, right? We've seen just two guys running at each other, throwing, you know, haymakers, and Now we're seeing a little bit more technical boxing.
And you see what Dodd's doing. He's measuring with that lead.
Oh, there we go.
To sail that big overhand left he's known for.
But Shrewsbury did a good job there. He finally cut the ring off, got him in the corner, and did some damage. That was probably his best part of the round.
See, Dodd's very good inside.
Shrewsbury looks like he's hurt or something. Why did he just walk straight back to the corner? It's very strange. Like, right?
It almost reminds me of that first fight. That's exactly how he was fighting that first fight. He ended up still winning it.
Yeah.
But, like, he looked flustered the whole time. He looked uncomfortable.
Yeah, just running back like he's either hurt or
Zach
tired.
needs to find his comfort zone.
Yeah, look.
There's something wrong. He's hurt.
Something's off.
He's hurt to the body.
Something's wrong, for sure. You got to figure out. Nice to hear what he's saying. See if you can read some lips there, Eric.
Let's see, Scott.
Oh, he said he got headbutted, I think. He's pointing to his head. He must have got
And
headbutted.
when you're a coach right now, you've got to get him to just shake it off. You've got to get him to forget about what happened last round because you're in a fight.
Exactly.
There's nothing you can do about that.
And again, I don't know what he said, but if he got headbutted, it's a free fight.
Something's wrong. They're calling this fight.
He might have said he couldn't see because he got headbutted. If you say that, you can't fight. He did that, if he did say that, he did it to himself. He cannot say that. And I guess we'll find out here in a second before we
we
jump to
definitely, let's
conclusions.
take a look at the replay if we can. Maybe.
See if we see a headbutt anywhere. Again, this is just me reading lips. I'm not sure that he said that, but something changed at the end for sure.
Yeah, he was hurt somehow. Maybe we clear this up before we get the decision. But that's going to go down as a TKO victory for James Dodd. Which I knew this was a tough fight for Zach. This was a big step up in competition.
But you can't train heart and determination. That's what Dodd's got. I feel like you'd have to kill that guy to make him stop, right?
In spades. And to know what Dodd's been through in his personal life as well. The dude has battled back from depression, mental health issues. Like he's had friends that have died. He's dealt with a lot of grief and trauma to get here. It's made him such a tough-minded individual.
Some people wear that. You can look at him and tell he's been through a lot. Not just the tattoos. I'm not saying that. You just see it the way that his face.
It's the sad face on his leg, isn't it? That's how you know he's been through some hard times.
Dead giveaway. Look, are you sad, sir? Is your leg sad? Oh, he's got a
happy face on the other one.
Just depends on what side we're looking at.
All right, I'm going to go talk to Mr. Dodd.
See if you can ask him on the way over.
The decision is technical knockout, failure to answer the coming out of blue corner.
So another guy that took a fight on short notice came out on top, right? And that's kind of what I was saying. I don't want to interrupt the interview, but you cannot. There's certain people that are born to fight, right? And Dodd's definitely one of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for my friend, the Mountain, James Dodd. My friend, you were coming out to fight here. How do you feel to get back in the ring here?
I didn't want to bully. I thought I was going to slow down a little bit, but feels great. I'm really happy to fight last weekend, not many people can say they did that.
How did you feel the first time in the ring? I know you just came off a fight.
That fight was just an unreal. I'm humbled for fights. I'm humbled for parts. But this time, I didn't really want to fight. I love you guys. I feel bad that I didn't want to. But you gotta keep moving, keep grinding.
So what's next for you, James?
I hate to say it, but I really want another chance to right wrong and right.
How's it going? That's what has to happen.
Yeah, I want to pop. Say it again, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a very dangerous, good guy, James Dodd.
Very nice, respectful interview there. very well composed. Again, for a guy that's taken 2 fights and coming off some losing, he seems calm and collected, really.
Yeah, and right there we have it. That's the end of our amateur fighters. Now we're moving into the professional boxing match with both gentlemen making their debuts.
Even though they're all the best. They're all the best, and we stay with the best. So, these last 2 boxing matches will be...
Right, did you get any insight?
No more amateur. These last professional, and that's why the last 2 on the main card. So the first person that we have coming to the ring will be Billy Howard.
Get a car, go see Chris Miller. Call him directly.
He's got them all.
My man coming to the ring, now will be Stephen McBride.
Stephen fighting out of Huntington, West Virginia.
Listen to that crowd.
Hometown fighter. And he's a guy I've seen around with a lot of the guys we know. I've seen him training with George Euler back in the day.
Yes.
He was 7-1 in MMA, knockout artist as well.
Is this Prince? Or Van Halen?
Van Halen.
Yeah. I started to hear some Eddie Van Halen guitars.
He's got the crowd behind him right now. Hometown guy. Used to fight at 185. Now we see he's up at heavyweight, and he's got a flag here. Mountains of Hope Outreach.
And that was last, Dustin Cooper, and who fought in the last one that got a knockout, I believe, in the boxing fight? Remember? Yeah.
I'm so bad with names, but all those guys from Mountains of Hope, it's about overcoming addiction.
Yes.
That's something that we should probably talk about with you, Eric. You're very good friends with Stephen McGrew, one of our fighters, and we lost him to addiction just about a month and a half ago. That's why Mountains of Hope is so important. You've got all these guys that used to deal with addiction coming together to fellowship, fight. That's the thing they're doing. They're like, we're going to fight. We're going to fight for ourselves. And it's a symbolic thing they're doing. I really admire it.
Well, you're 100% right there, Elijah. It's a beautiful thing, especially when you get, like you said, a group of people that all have the same goal, the same mindset to beat the sickness that they have and all become better people overall in every different aspect. Well, what better way to do it by doing a sport where you can showcase it.
A group of men who've come together to ask how many more of us have to die for this.
Exactly.
How many more of us have to lose families, lose everything?
It's now, and we don't talk about this a lot, but You know, men have a hard time sharing their feelings, man. You know, and one of the way we share our feelings is by fighting. It doesn't make a lot of sense, right? But this is what men do. So these are men being men and giving a message.
Well, you see the emotion that comes along with it. All these guys, when they win and when they lose, like the thrill and the agony of this sport is something that you don't see anywhere else.
Yeah, and it may be one of the few times you see a man show emotion of these men, these warriors.
Here we go with our first professional boxing match of the evening. Our first fight that's going to be 4 rounds.
I think that was a nice little short elbow there by Billy Poe.
Nice straight right by Poe.
Tight clinch work from both gentlemen.
Trying to stay away from these big bomb counters from Stephen McBride.
Goes back to what you said earlier, Elijah. Stephen needs to put that weight on him.
Billy needs to use that reach. He's got the height. He's got the reach advantage. He needs to try and use it.
And it's an interesting matchup. You see one guy who's primarily won all his fights by decision against a guy who's won almost all his fights by knockout.
Yes. Solid jabs by Billy there.
And that's how you're seeing it play out. Billy Poe looking like the more technical man.
Absolutely.
Sticking and moving, trying to score points. And then you see McBride coming in looking to land that one big shot and close the show.
Yeah, and watch Stephen's footwork here. Again, we see that right. He kind of came forward there. His feet are kind of moving all over the place. We're seeing a little bit of the opposite. You know, Billy putting that weight on him and keeping him in the corner. And that's where Stephen should try to turn him.
Smart
weight on
by
him.
Billy Poe, and I love his jab.
Yeah.
His jab's looking very slick.
That was a nice jab there.
Effortless
Another
kind of
jab.
jab, but that one was a little bit lazy.
And he did everything right? Good jabs. Caught Stephen following him in and followed it up with a straight right. Let's see that little footwork here.
Oh, definitely the more technical guy here.
Yes.
But McBride, you can just see he has power.
Yeah, but you know what? With his footwork's not staying underneath him.
Mouthpiece is out.
Short shot maybe in up against the ropes there.
It doesn't look like he wants to get back up.
I'd love to see a replay here and see exactly what caught him there on the inside.
But right before that, I was going to say, his punches look like he's
take
tired, right?
Quick look here while we wait. Oh, shot! Got him!
Knocked him out.
That was beautiful.
Nice.
Picture perfect.
Back to the action. Here we go. Billy Poe stiffing off with that jab, trying to keep his distance.
Looking a lot more confident of these two men right now.
He's got that bounce in his step now.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the opposite here from Stephen McBride.
Yeah.
But with enough shots like that, he's going to want to come forward and land something of his own.
Tough, though. You saw there. He just gritted out.
Two of them.
Did we get both of them?
And I don't know if McBride's going to beat this count. He definitely wants to, but he's turning his back.
They'll grab it. They got it. So we're saying both.
Oh, there's another one right there.
Mouthpieces fell out. So a little break in the action because there's mouthpieces in the ring. There's also mouthpieces.
That's where it came from.
Yeah, we're all confused. Two mouthpieces flew out with a hit here.
Yeah, Keith No said we're going to hire the Hardy Boys to figure out where that second mouthpiece came from.
Yeah, but look,
here.
Yes.
Wow, he's sorry. Nick's caught him behind the ear there in that exchange.
Look at McBride. Look, there we go.
Last 10 seconds of round one.
McBride is tired.
What heart from McBride, though, to take those shots, to get up and go after him. Much respect.
Billy Poe throwing his hands up, letting the crowd believe that he won that round.
Look at the commission taking a tight look there at
Let's take a quick look at this replay here. There goes the mouthpiece.
There's the mouthpiece that landed on you, Eric. Don't know where the other one came from.
Yeah, I want to see where the other one came from here. Who is attacking us with mouthpieces right now?
The blue one was definitely his.
Now, where did the pink one come from? That's the question.
I think it's like the magic bullet.
This came out of nowhere, huh? We need to account for that mouthpiece, but interesting.
That was one of the nicest mouthpiece shots I've ever seen, though.
Yeah, we need.
But there's two there too.
Yeah, where's the? Okay, so where's the pink one? Does it just get thrown in?
Was he wearing two mouth guards?
So this is from earlier in the fight.
And there was that beautiful right.
Yeah.
Is he wearing two?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Oh, is that it?
He called the fight rightfully. So as I said, the commissioner's taking a close look at him there.
Very weird situation, though. I've never seen somebody go in there with two mouth guards.
If he went in with 2 cups, we'd have a problem.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Or we would
Well,
have
the commission saying that he broke his jaw.
Oh, man.
Yeah, commission has officially said that Stephen McBride has suffered a broken jaw, and that's why we have stopped this fight after the first round.
What a brutal performance by Billy Poe. Picture perfect. You can't get much better than that.
And you know what? This is my opinion. I could be wrong, but you're wearing two. If he is wearing 2 mouthpieces, that extends his jaw so wide. It's just as bad as breathing with your mouth open.
Yeah.
Getting caught, the jaw's opened up. It's not secured.
Never heard of it.
No.
Never heard of anybody wearing 2 mouth guards.
The mouthpiece that landed by you was a double mouthpiece.
Exactly, which makes it even more confusing.
Yeah.
Elijah, you're going to need to get us some insight into this after this.
But hey, man, Billy looks amazing, right? He wasn't scared by the size of Stephen at all. He kept the thing we mentioned all night is what he did the best was he backed up. He used footwork. He was able to keep the distance and work some clean shots, right? Which nobody else has been able to do to this point, and that's probably why they're professionals.
Right.
Yeah.
100%. I'm excited we got to see our first professional bout of the night. And you know what's even more exciting? Our next one's a kickboxing match, and it's our main event.
It's going to be great.
The decision technically is a technical knockout.
As Elijah said, I think Billy Poe is a knockout artist, right? All right.
See if Elijah can get us some insight on what was going on after that.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Billy Poe!
Martin, absolutely masterful performance. First time we've ever seen you boxing out of MMA. You look incredibly sharp. Focus on performance.
I've been training for a while. I've been training ever since day and I've got one couple seasons in MMA. I trained in Friday. I trained at Perry Hansen MMA. I trained at Carter MMA. You guys got put me on so much. Some of the best women I've seen since I've been in MMA. I love working with these guys. I've been running boxing, I've been running. Been running just 6 days a week. Been running my eyes 3 days a week. Trying to get my cardio good. I want to sit there and fight every every day. I want to fight like this guy. I want to fight the best you can game, and I'm in the big game. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Billy Poe!
A lot of respect for Billy Poe there. As he said, he's not here to have fun. He's here to fight the best of the best and work his way up throughout the division. And you love to hear that after a win like that.
And I think the most important thing I heard, Richard, that's the kind of training you need to do when you're doing this kind of stuff, man. He's going to different gyms, he's cross-training, and he's getting his cardio right.
Exactly that, man. And that's what you love to hear from someone making their professional debut. He's doing everything right. He made it happen here tonight. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our main event of the evening, a 3-minute, 4-round super heavyweight professional kickboxing bout between Justin Richwine and Timothy Dunn.
Dunn is a big old guy that's had a lot of fights.
Now, Elijah, I know you're kind of familiar with our main event here. I want to ask you your prediction going into this fight.
This is
Cagefighting 19 in Huntington, West Virginia at the Doubletree Hotel. So this is where I have it right here. This is a title bout. Right here tonight. So I got to say, I'm glad you tuned in. We're about to get in. So the first person coming to the ring in this title bout will be
Timothy Dunn making his way out here.
This is a fight, you asked me my prediction. I don't have one. Tell you that much because Tim Dunn is such an unknown quantity. The only thing I know about Tim Dunn is what training partners have told me. Guys like Thorne Hensley, guys that are so legit, saying he beats me up. He's dangerous. He's been around the game a long time. He's fought in pro MMA, pro kickboxing, pro boxing. Well, actually, this is his debut in pro kickboxing.
Yeah, and this is it. Do not let his build confuse you. This guy was born to fight.
Seasoned veteran, and I'm told you can't hurt the guy.
I mean, I think this fight speaks for itself. When you have a guy, he is debuting as a professional kickboxer, and his debut's for the title. That's got to speak numbers for itself. It's got to speak volumes of who he is.
This is a guy for the last 2.5 years we've tried to match, and no one would fight him.
And we finally got it here tonight in a kickboxing bout. We get to see these big, heavy guys throw those kicks that, people say it's like a baseball bat, but when you got these super heavyweights, what do you compare it to? Those are more than a baseball bat. That's something heavy swinging at you.
One shot changes everything in a fight like that.
Exactly.
And, he is up against such a tough test tonight in Justin Richline. Justin Richline, same story. He's been around forever. He's had so much experience in MMA, experience in pro boxing, and he's looked flawless in kickboxing. He has beautiful low kicks. But he told me, we interviewed both these guys. He said, I think Tim and Thorne gave a little too much away. He said, I learned a lot from that interview. And he said, I know they're going to be looking for me to low kick. That's all they're expecting. He said, I might not throw a single low kick in this fight.
Now,
he said, I'm going to do exactly what they don't expect me to do.
And you know what? What's the difference maker here in this? There's no shin guards, right? These are professionals and big guys. If we see some calf kicks, we see some low leg kicks. We're talking about super heavyweights going shin to shin, bone on bone.
You know what I like about Tim Dunn? Every time I see the guy, every time I'm around him, he's just ice cold all the time.
100%.
And that's why I said he was born to fight. Don't let his build confuse you. This guy will fight anyone, anytime, any place.
He's been there and done that. And so has his opponent, who we're seeing coming to the ring now. Comical. Justin Richwine. One of the nicest guys in the sport, but he's not a nice guy when he's in there. He's very competitive. And I think he's been pissed off a little bit because people have said some things he doesn't like. They've said he's not a finisher. He doesn't have that much power. He said, you've just not seen me finish people. He said, I've not been looking for the knockouts lately. And it really seems that way. He's a very intelligent fighter. We've seen him right here just a couple of years ago against Teddy Bear in kickboxing.
Yeah, that was a heck of a fight.
Absolutely tore Teddy Bear's legs up with those low kicks.
This is the new Line Cage Fighting belt as well. The winner of this will take that home. And I'm going to say I don't think that belt's going to fit either one of them.
Nope, it's definitely going over the shoulder tonight.
Yes.
And Richline has incredible character, too. That fight with Teddy Bear, he had him in the third round hurt so bad. It looked like Teddy Bear was on his way out. Richline stopped throwing the low kick.
Yes.
And he said afterwards, he said, I knew he had to go to work on Monday. He's like, there's no need to make myself look better.
I just watched Tim Dunn walk over and stare at the belt.
Oh, yeah, and like you were saying, Butch, to touch on, this is the new Line Cage Fighting belt right here. I believe there's only one person so far to get the new one, and that's Devin Stanley, who just claimed it this past fight card that we had against a really high-level boxer, Brendan Kelly, and was able to take it in MMA.
Justin Richwine is looking to keep that belt tonight.
Yes.
That title, I think, is his favorite of any he's ever had. He is very close to that heavyweight kickboxing title.
You know, and go back to what we're talking about, no shin guards, is, you know, everybody's fine when they're kicking somebody. I don't think people understand what it's like to check a kick.
Oh, yeah. That's actually what Thorin and them were kind of saying in the interview. They were like, yeah, go ahead and try to kick his legs. Look at Tim Dunn's leg, free trunks. Both these guys have free trunks.
It's usually a dead giveaway if a guy's tattooed his shins. He's telling you, you don't hurt that bad, right?
Oh, exactly, man. I mean, if you look at the tattoos, they're exactly on his shin. They're not covering his calf as much.
Who wants him on that calf? Listen to his crowd. Tim Dunn said in that interview, and he's not an expressive guy. He's not a guy who's very outspoken. He said, I want to take that belt home to my family tonight.
A little extra motivation for both of them, man.
I love that Tim Dunn has Fat Boy turning on.
And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. They're about to start off in our main event of the evening.
Not much difference in height. Tim Dunn is a little bit shorter, and that's rare for Rich Wine to find an opponent that's his height.
And here we go. The bell is rung.
Tim looks nice and relaxed, doesn't he? Look at him.
Oh, a teep right up the middle to start out.
Rich Wine, the more active guy. But, oh, nice hands from Tim Dunn.
And as you said, Elijah, he's not throwing the leg kicks. He's decided to throw them all up the middle to the belly. It's
going
perfect.
to the body. And I expect him to go high later. Oh, Tim Dunn cut those hands.
Yeah.
Good shots by Tim Dunn.
Oh. This guy's has got some power.
I think we're seeing right now Rich Wine has the kicks, Dunn has the hands.
Those
but
are all left hands, yeah.
Can't box either.
All his left hands have landed so far. Rich Wine's.
Beautiful jab by Rich Wine.
Rich Wine's definitely more active.
Another.
But we always wonder how much activity these heavyweights can withstand and still have enough in the tank for the next round, right?
That's the thing. I have seen Rich Wine put on a crazy pace at heavyweight.
Yeah, so far he's super active. But man, Tim's got lightning fast hands for a heavyweight.
Dunn is not slowing down at all either.
Not at all.
Yeah, we have 4 3-minute rounds for this main event with these two gentlemen. And they are starting off just throwing it. You know, they're not throwing anything crazy. These are two professionals out there. They're throwing with good technique. Everything's clean, moving off the center line. I mean, hey, when most people see the super heavyweights, they don't think that. They don't see super technical like this.
And here's the big difference you'll see in experience. They see everything.
Which one?
You watch their eyes, they see everything. That's what makes a good striker. There's no flinch there.
No, these are two men that are aware of their gas tank, right? So they're not blowing their wad right off the bat. They're taking their time. They're getting in a groove. They're watching each other.
This is a great fight.
It is great. We see the difference. Rich Wine's definitely got the advantage in the kick so far.
And Dunn smiles at him after he takes that kick to the body.
But, you know, this goes back. Those are scoring. You know what I mean? I know they don't hurt, and sometimes fighters forget this. They're like, well, they didn't hurt me. What does it matter? They're scoring.
Rich Wine has a beautiful...
Oh, look at all these combos,
that
man.
we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, you're starting to see some redness appear on the stomach.
There's his first leg kick there. And he did a good job. He hit it behind the hands.
I'd like to see more of those.
Man, Rich Wine's definitely getting
big leg kick. Return by Tim Dunn.
And a good left hand by Tim Dunn as well.
It's affecting Rich Wine.
It did.
Right on the knee.
Those calf kicks are devastating.
Well, they're on the inside, and they've got him woke up because now, look, he won't plant the leg.
He's very light on his front leg now. That hurt him.
And it's coming again.
We heard that one. Done.
He's hurting.
6 seconds left. That leg is compromised.
He's going to throw it again. He's hurting.
There it is. Yes. Smart move by Tim Dunn, knowing he's got him hurt there.
Good round. I will tell you this. Now, that's going to affect the second round. But in my experience, those judges do not know how to score leg kicks at all. Right. In the history of my life, every time I've seen great leg kicks, the fight will be over, and they're not scored. So
I think
it'll be interesting how
Tim still might have taken that round with his hands. He did some good work with his hands there, too.
It's going to be a tough one, man. I would personally, I'd give it to Rich Juan on just the activity with the teep kick. A little bit more punches now. Damage, Tim Dunn definitely got the damage.
And usually that's how I'm scoring a fight. Like
Yes.
whoever did the more damage that round, it's usually who I see winning the round. But activity, Rich Juan outlanded
Absolutely.
for sure.
Absolutely.
But Rich Juan's hurt.
He's hurt. This second round's he's going to be hiding that leg, and he doesn't know what to do, right?
And now we're going to see their setups off
I
those.
don't think Rich Juan expected this from Don either.
No.
These gentlemen are smart. They're professionals. Everything they just threw in that first round is going to be setting up something different in this second round. So I'm excited to see what's going to land. What power shots.
Big shots. Rich Juan's
All he has to do is send another kick to the inside thigh, and everything's just.
Oh, Rich Juan going up high with a roundhouse kick.
Oh, he knows he's hurt, so I think he's putting it out there. Well, it's not a knockdown.
Tim Dunn standing right over him.
Yeah.
Trying to get that
see
mixed
that.
game.
That's how smart Don is. Don's a smart fighter. Judges see that type of thing and they don't know.
So that time he went to the outside of the leg, tried to fix it, smashed man punch.
That player, though, was veteran Grossman.
He finally checked one of them.
Now, we've seen Rich Juan open up this round with his boxing, versus last round with Timothy Dunn owning kind of
inside there. Now,
from the clinch, that's
he's going to do it again. You can see him set it up. Here it comes again.
He's trying to get him squared up to him.
Yeah, but he knows this time he's lifting the leg.
Rich Juan.
Yep, hits again. Yeah, he knows. It's hurt.
Short to the inside. This is
some success coming up top.
Rich Juan's breathing hard.
He is. I mean, it's he's got some pain in there.
Oh man, those inside leg kicks—they're going to do a number getting these later rounds.
I see. Austin knows he had to turn the ball.
He's switching his stance. That's dead giveaway that he's in trouble, right?
Man, he's powering with it.
Has tree trunks for legs, and he's throwing these with bad intentions.
Now this is a fight these guys are throwing power with technique.
This is a great fight.
It is a great fight.
Back and forth, technical war.
Very technical. These guys are doing an amazing job.
I would hate to be a judge for this fight.
Because every one of these punches and every one of these kicks hurt. They're landing with bad intentions.
You can hear them. We can hear them through our headsets.
Absolutely.
It's like one gentleman lands a combination, the other one lands a combination.
Here comes another inside leg kick. I'm sure he's switching his stance and it's coming.
Dunn nods at him.
Here we go.
Man.
I feel like Tim Dunn's confidence is through the roof right now.
Well, yeah, and exactly. When you land something, you can see it hurts. It sends your confidence through the roof, right? And I think that's where he's at right now.
Oh my God, those low kicks are devastating. And it's Rich Juan we expected to have the advantage there.
And he's trying to hide that leg so much that he can't land effectively with the hands, right?
Dunn is just punishing him.
I think he's going to chop him down.
When he caught him there, he held him with his hand.
Yeah, he's going to chop him down. Look.
Tim Dunn aggressing forward here.
This is going to be
winks at him.
Justin Rich Juan for these next 2 rounds.
Yes. Look, Tim Dunn's coming on strong. Rich Juan get through the next 2.
Sit down here.
Hey, but here's the thing. We saw Rich Juan throw a couple of head kicks in that round.
But look at these punches.
Right there. That landed.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But he ate it at the same time.
Yeah.
But the ability of him to throw that up there and be able to land,
that's a heck of a combination. Look at that.
Bam.
That's one of the things that Don's training partners have told me about him. They're like, you literally cannot hurt this man. So you hit Thorne Hensley, hits him with everything. Rex White, a massive man, said, I can't hurt him. And I don't understand it.
And to your point, Elijah, I think that was part of it. He got kicked in the head, and Rich Juan fell, and I think that's why he stood over and stared at him.
It's gamesmanship.
Yes.
It's a smart veteran move for the judges. That was for the judges and nobody else.
Yes. And Tim's ready. He's like, let's go, man. Let's go.
Rich Juan.
There we go. Going into round 3. Will we see a 4th round here?
This round is all about heart. Because here comes that inside leg kick again.
And here they go, brawling in the center. Big overhand right lands for Dunn.
Look at that uppercut by Richwine. Look at that. He always comes out strong with his hands right at the beginning of the round.
He looks a little sloppier than normal just because of his sense of urgency. I think he knows he needs to start getting something done here to stop that onslaught of low kicks by Tim Dunn.
Good hands there by Richwine. Dunn eating them like normal just to come in and land his own punch. I think they're talking to each other now. Look at them.
That's just two experienced battles.
Look at that uppercut by Richwine. I mean, Richwine's landing the better punches here so far. Maybe not a lot of damage, but they're landing. We're scoring.
Oh, yeah, we're still getting volume out of these super heavyweights in these later rounds. I mean, look at this.
His hands have been turned loose. I mean, he landed a bunch of punches here, all scoring. Again, not a lot of power. So good body kick.
I want to see that high kick again.
Looking good this round.
Just not a lot of power behind it, right? There's a good movement there by Richwine.
And I think it's because he's not able to plant those feet.
Yep,
he's not able to sit down on his punches.
Which is part of the reason you do that, right? It changes everything. And now he's worried about his leg, right?
Yeah.
He's got to keep moving
He's keeping no weight on it, so when Dunn does something, it doesn't do too much damage.
And every time they get in a clinch, I know that Dunn's looking at those legs.
Yeah, he's trying to get him squared up so he can get inside, or he's going to the outside. That inside leg kick.
For uppercut follows at that time.
And now
Dunn's putting on a hell of a
Dunn's sitting on his punches, so when he lands that punch, they mean something. But Richwine sat on that one, too.
Answering back.
Yeah.
Still flowing, still looking for that big shot to change the dynamic of this fight.
And he's standing there toe-to-toe with 1 minute to go. I expected him really to fold a little bit this round, but there is no quit in that man.
Our champion is not going away easy here. And he's still trying to find a big shot.
And he's looking at that leg right now. See, there he comes. But he's done a good job adjusting. I mean, Richwine haven't landed as flush as they did before.
Beautiful lead.
Oh, there's a nice clinch. But he did it. I would argue that Richwine needs to stay out of the clinch so he doesn't get leg kicked, right?
Yeah, he needs to push and stay outside.
Let's watch him right here.
Now.
Yep. And this is usually where they come.
Ten seconds left. What are these gentlemen going to do?
10 seconds, and they know that sound. Done. I love it when they know what that means. They mean, let's go to war. There we go. Another great round. That's under the score.
Hug there from Tim Dunn at the end of the round. Sign of respect there.
Absolutely.
Two super game heavyweights.
And they should, both of them have given everything they've got, and they both keep coming at each other, right?
How often do we see heavyweights in West Virginia at the skill level? It's very rare.
Not very often. Because those combinations on their hands are really good. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punches. You don't see that from heavyweights hardly at all.
No, and when we're talking about super heavyweights,
yes,
these gentlemen, they're going into a fourth round right now, and at the end of that third, like you said, they heard that 10-second bell, and they knew it was time to go to war.
Oh, the pace hasn't changed.
No.
Throughout the entire fight.
And I don't see it changing in this fourth round.
Well, they, as I said, Tim looked at that belt. I'm sure that's burned in his memory, and they're going to come out and fight for that belt.
The black mouth. If anyone finds a black mouth, please spend until they just
And here we go. Good sign of respect here.
Here we see.
And the last.
Oh,
here.
Again, Richmond always comes out strong with the punches to start.
And this is a fight.
Again, it's about volume versus power.
It is so close. It's so close.
Because it is that. It's Richwine landing the 2, 3, 4 punch combinations, but Dunn landing the 1 or 2 power shots. It's true, but their chins are, I hear the crowd saying he's second for the uppercut, but their chins are on each other's shoulders, so they're not sales for the uppercut.
It's not done shucking him off and landing a shot there.
These guys are just giving all they got. This is where the refs should kind of let them go or spread them out a little bit so they can throw some punches. Right now, they're tired. They're probably slightly content.
It's still banging.
2 minutes left for the title.
Good job trading jabs by both men. Now Rich One's talking to him. Man, Tim Dunn punishing him there after that lazy jab.
Now, this is another tough one, man, because they're both landing. Now,
Yeah, no, I would absolutely hate to be a judge for this fight right now. I'm glad I'm over here just commentating.
yeah. You got the easy job tonight. Nice leg kick off the clinch, this time by Rich One.
They traded there. Ron tagged him, Rich One tagged him back.
To see if he sets up that inside kick again.
And like you said, they're just throwing the
Rich
ball.
One's in a really good spot to land him here.
Yes. There it is, but it's too
He's so
tired.
tired, yeah.
But if Dunn kind of slips out to the side here, he can make some damage. Let's see if he does it.
It's a cardio issue. I've seen Rich One go rounds. It's the leg damage.
Well, I think they're both content to stand toe-to-toe and land some punches here, and they're two big men just grinding that head on each other's heads.
Got 1 minute.
Oh, look at that. Shuffle lead leg. I almost wish they'd make that 10-second sound now so they just fought for a minute like toe-to-toe.
The champ is the boy. It's done.
It's tattooed across his stomach.
30 seconds.
I think if Tim Dunn,
Like he just hit that leg.
I'm gonna get one. I'm getting a fat boy tattoo.
Rich One's still hiding that leg, so you know it's hurting. Like watching. See, he's hiding that left leg behind him this time. But she finally made the adjustment after all this time, but good for him.
Big shot.
Nice uppercut.
10 seconds.
Toe-to-toe.
He's touched.
Save out of your main event. Gentlemen, we've set up a super heavyweight fight here, New Line Cage Fighting. We got everything. We got the action. These gentlemen fought their hearts out the whole entire fight.
It's the end of the fight here where they talked to each other. You know they said, let's just go.
They verbally looked at each other. They were forehead to forehead and said, you know what?
Here we go.
Let's let it go.
That's awesome. And they were true to their word, right? A lot of people say that. They don't actually back it up. They backed it up.
Oh, no, they went for it right there. They said, you know what? My chin's right here. Yours is right there. Let's see who's can hold up.
What a tough fight to judge. I would not be surprised either way.
No, I'm just ready to hear this because I just need to see what they think. What do the judges think? What's the crowd going to think? What's everyone's reaction going to be to this decision?
And I'll be honest, it really depends on the judges. I don't know what their background is. I'm just telling you, if they're boxing judges, they think leg kicks are worthless.
Right.
You know, and that's unfortunate.
Let's see what we got going on here. There's that New Line Cage Fighting belt being held by Eric Mon right now.
All the lies in there. I mean, I could see these guys rematching too, either way. Right?
Oh, easily. This fight, no matter who wins, they're both winners in this fight. They both did absolutely amazing. Tim Dunn, showcasing why he earned a title fight for his debut in kickboxing. He showed that exactly in this fight.
Well, and it's true to what everybody said. Guy's tough as nails, came forward, he loves to fight.
Hey, that was an awesome fight. Good fight.
Tim Dunn came over here and asked the crowd who won, just with a look, and he got all the cheers.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got the black mouthpiece. It's been found. Butch, I don't know about you, man, but ending this night, I'm sad we don't have more fights.
Yes. What a heck of a night, man. again, you can't say enough about the matchmaking. You know, they do a good job of not letting anybody get overwhelmed, overtake. Like these guys do a great job. That's all I can say.
Yeah, tonight, you know, everybody behind the matchmaking, Keith No, I know Eric Mon, it was perfect tonight.
And look at this, guys. You know, Tim Dunn helping Rich Wine take his gloves off. What a gentleman. I'm not joking. I mean, seriously, what a good guy. When you can go to war for 4 rounds, those guys have respect for each other now, right?
100%.
Man, here we go.
I'm nervous.
I am too.
This was the title bout, last bout of the evening. First of all, we really would be down with both these fighters.
It's going to be volume versus damage.
Yes. And I'm wanting to see how the scorecards were done.
Yeah.
So guess what? I'll get right to it. Our judges have come to a decision. I'm not going to read the judge's score. I'm just going to say the decision and the decision that the judges have come to in this fight is
Not surprised. Hey, I know nobody's happy with that, but we said they couldn't pick a decision. Who wants him to say majority draw? It doesn't matter what he says. It's still a draw. Which means he won. Right. It means Richline won. You know, it actually means that Richline won. Right. Listen, I knew they wouldn't be happy, but just like I said, when the criteria is volume versus damage, and it can be objective, we're going to have a problem. And it always that way. Just like I said, like Elijah on our things, like I'm all for damage, kind of for the volume. Right. A respectable volume. Like if you're throwing kind of wimpy punches, blah, 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 blah. But Rich Wine's punches, they might not have had the same impact. But we can watch the replay on some of those hands, and man, he was landing some hard shots.
100%. This fight was everything it was promoted to be. And, you know,
All right, guys. I'll start with Tim Dunn.
And listen, Tim Dunn is an animal.
he just made his debut as a professional doing this. I mean,
And Tim, if you're listening to us, it could have went in either way. Man, do not be upset. I know you're upset you didn't win, but man, you fought your heart out.
100%.
I talked to you after the fight, too. You thought you done enough to get the win, so talk me through it. Hey, like I said yesterday, the judges, the fans, they don't know what they were about to see. It was back and forth. And it was like this. I was going like that.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. These are boxing judges. They don't understand kicks whatsoever. I'm looking at some of the judges right now, like, you know, I'm pretty sure they've never felt a leg kick. Yeah, it's very common, unfortunately. So, and if you come from a boxing background, you're going to judge the boxing more so than the kicking, because you don't understand the kicking. It just is what it is. And unfortunately, this is countrywide. This is not West Virginia. This is kind of why, and I'm not saying anything bad about the commission, but this is why if you're going to judge a multidisciplinary fight, you should have some background in that discipline.
Exactly. No, I agree with you 100% there, Butch.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the greatest fights the world series of Cagefighting, and two of the most experienced warriors you will ever see compete. Give it up for Tim Dunn and Justin Richmond.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's our Nights of Fights right there.
Cagefighting 19. It's a wrap.
We'll get Elijah back here, see what he thought about that decision. He might celebrate too much and not come back to the
Huntington, West Virginia, Doubletree Hotel.
Yeah.
All right, well, it don't look like Roger's going to come back. If he doesn't, we'll close it out. Let's see if he steps back here for just a second. Just like to get his opinion on this.
Yeah, I believe he could be coming right back over here to us. Yes, he is. Here we go. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we have a backer joining us back here at the commentary booth. He was just inside the ring with both of those fighters. Elijah, what did you think about what just transpired?
It's a crazy moment. You know, I say that a lot. I say I don't see enough draws. I didn't really see that one as a draw. I thought it leaned toward down in front. Richwan thought he did enough to win it. Richwan was fired up over the corner. He was pissed off. He didn't like Heathen Clan's attitude during this fight. He didn't like the way they handled themselves, and he was fired up. I'm sure we're going to see him run it back. I'm sure that there's no way we can end this like this.
So, when I think they should, and it goes back to kind of what we were saying beforehand is, you know, unfortunately, we're not giving the commission a hard time, but if you have a bunch of boxing judges, they really don't understand kicks. They don't know how to score them, right? We know that those leg kicks, especially the inside leg kicks, ate up Richwan's leg.
You called it. I mean, you called it. You said judges don't score leg kicks, and we see there, maybe that's what happened.
I'm almost positive. I've seen this throughout the country over and over, and it's a big problem. And that's why, as we're saying, is if you're going to judge fights, you really have to have experience in all of it. It's just like the same thing you see in MMA. Like a guy can throw up 20 submissions on the bottom, and the judges, if they don't grapple, give the guy on the top the victory because he was on top, even though he did nothing but avoid submissions, right? I think this is one of those cases where, again, I'm not saying either one won, but those kicks were devastating. And I don't think they were scored.
Oh, yeah, they were set up beautifully. Both gentlemen had the combination set up. They had a game. It looked like both these guys had a game plan, and they kind of stuck to it. And they fought their hearts out. They did everything right. But, you know, at the end of the day, it comes to the judges if you don't finish the fight.
Yeah.
And, you know, I didn't have a dog in this fight, but going into it, I was actually picking Richwan. I didn't want to say that, but I thought Richwan's been more active. He's been, you know, and I didn't know much about Dunn. I think Dunn won that fight. I really do. Just my opinion. I think he did enough to win it. But I'm excited we get to see it again. I'm kind of glad that it turned out this way because I can't get enough of that matchup.
Exactly. And ironically, that's why it may be a good draw, right? Because you think you won. We're not sure, right? Nobody knows. It kind of means it may be your draw, right?
It's such a disappointment, though, when you're done and you feel like, I did it. I won that belt. And then he's in his hometown. He's got all his family around. And you could tell he thought he did it. He thought that was his belt.
What would you change up if you're Tim Dunn in the second fight?
I think he needs to get a little more in shape. I think that's the only thing. His technique was perfect. I think more volume. That's the only thing that Richwan beat him at was volume.
Yes. Yes. Well, again, great night of fights, guys. Can't wait to see it again. I know we're back in November in Bridgeport. So if that's the next time we see everybody, you know, hats off to a great event. Again, thanks to Dutch Miller for bringing this, for making this happen. Thanks to Keith No, thanks to Eric, everybody.
Thanks to all of you.
And yes.
And good.